Proem by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Not while I live may I forget that garden which my spirit trod, where dreams were flowers wild and wet and beautiful as God. Not while I breathe, awake, a dream, shall live again for me those hours when in its mystery and gleam I met her mid the flowers. Eyes talismanic, heliotrope, beneath mesmeric lashes, where the sorceries of love and hope had made a shining lair. And day-down brows, where overhung the twilight of dark locks, wild birds, her lips that spoke the rose's tongue in fragrance voweled words. I will not speak of cheeks and chin that held me as sweet language holds, nor of the eloquence within her breast's twin-mooned molds, nor of her body's languorous wind grace, that glanced like starlight through her clinging robe's diaphanous web of mist and dew. There is no star so pure and high as was her look, no fragrance such as her soft presence, and no sigh of music like her touch. Not while I live may I forget that garden of dim dreams where I and song within the spirit met, sweet song who passed me by. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Haunted by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Nichalia Schwartz. Without a moon when night comes on, there is a sighing in its trees, as of sad lips that no one sees, and the far dwindling forest, large, beyond fenced fields, seems shadowy drawn into its shadows. Faint and wan, by the wisteried portico stealing I go through gardens where the weeds are rank, where, here and there, in clump and bank, spireas rise, whose dotted blooms seem clustered starlight, and the four syringas sweet heap, powdered o'er, thin flower beakers of perfumes, and the dead flowering almond tree, that once was pink as her young cheek, now withered leans within the glooms. Why must I walk here, seek and seek her, long since gone? Still bower on bower the roses climb in blushing flower. Ah, mid the roses could I see her eyes, her sad eyes shine like flowers, or like the dew that lies for hours within their hearts, then it might be I might find comfort here. Although wistful, as if reproaching me, her sad eyes look, saying what none may know. When midnight comes, it brings a moon. A scent is strewn of honey and wild thorns broadcast beneath the stars. When I have passed under dark cedars, solemn pines, through daughter-drowned petunias, cornflower and the columbine, to where azaleas, choked with grass, and peonies like great wisps shine, I reach banked honeysuckle vines, piled deep and trammelled with the gourd, and Morning-Glory, one wild hoard of rich aroma, where the seat, the rustic bench where oft we sat, now warped and old with rain and heat, still stands upon its mossy mat. And here I rest, and then a word I seem to hear, a soft word whispered in my ear. Her voice, it seems, no thing is near. I look around, I have but heard the plaintive note of some lost bird trickle through night. Awakened where, 'neath its thick layer of twisted twigs, the jarring and incessant grigs hum. Dream-drugged so, the haunted air makes all my soul as heavy as dew-poppied grass. Once when the moon rose, fair and full, like some sea-seen Hesperian pool, a splash of gold through tangling trees, or like the island beautiful of Avalon in haunted seas. There came a sighing in the trees as of sad lips. There was no breeze, and yet sad sighings shook the trees. And when, all in a mystic space, her orb swam amiable white, right in that shattered casement, by the broken porch the creepers lace, born of a moonbeam and a sigh, I saw her face, pale through a mist of tears, so slight, so immaterial, ah me, in pensiveness and vanished grace, 'twas like an olden melody. I know long-angled on its floors, where windows face the anxious east, the moonshine pours white squares of glitter and, at least, gives glimmer to its whispering halls. Its corridors, sleep-tapestried, are gulled with bars of moonlight. By its wasted walls crouch shadows, and, where streaked dusts lay there undisturbed, deep grey upon its stairs, dim, vision-footed glide faint gossamer gleams, like visible sighs, as to and fro, athwart the skies, wind swung against the moon outside. The twisted branches sway of one great tree. I stand below and listen now, hearing a murmur come and go through its gnarled boughs, remembering how shady this chestnut made her room, and sweet in June with plumes of bloom, and how the broad and gusty flues of the old house sang when the rain let loose its winds, and each flue seemed a hoarse, sonorous throat, filled with the storm's wild boom, and growled carousal, goblin tunes, the hyless pipe to rainy moons of March, or in the afternoons of summer, singing in their course, where blossoms drip, all wet of back, the crickets drone in avenues of locusts leading to the gate, and in the dark here where I wait, meseems I hear the silence creep and crepitate from hall to hall, as one in sleep I hear, yet hear not, feel that there her soul walks, waking on each stair strange echoes, and the stealthy crack of old and warping floors. I seem to follow her, and in a dream to see yet see not. In the black that drapes each room, my mind informs with shapes that hide behind each door and fling from closets phantom arms. I see her face, as once before, bewildered with its terror, pressed to the dark, polished floor, distressed, clasped in her blind and covering hands, so desolate with anguish, wrenched with wild remorse. No man could see and turn away like me. No man that sees and understands love and its mortal agony. Again, like some automaton, part of that ghostly tragedy, myself I see, the fool who fled, who sneered and fled, and then again came stealing back. Again, with blenched and bending face I stand, and clenched and icy hands, and staring eyes, looking upon her face as wan as water, eyes all wide with pain, cramped to dilation, packed with loss. Again, I seem to lean across the years and hear my heart's deep groan, above the young gold of her head, above that huddled heap alone, her, white and dead. Yes, there is a moan of lamentation and hushed screams in all its crannies, and sad shades haunt all its rooms. The moonlight braids with melancholy. Slow have flown the weary years, and I have known an anguish and remorse far worse than usual life's, and live, it seems, because to live is but a curse. There she lies buried, there, that ground gated with rusty iron, where she and her stanch forefathers sleep, so old the turf scarce shows a mound, so grey you scarce distinguish there a headstone where the ivies creep and myrtles bloom. A wall of stone squares it around, a place for dreams, a mossy spot of sorrow, lone, nay, lonelier, wilder now it seems, though just the same. Its roses waste their petals there as oft of yore, their placid petals as before, pale, pensive petals. Yonder some lie faint as puffs of foam within the moonlight, dimly traced beneath the boughs. Some few are strown on the usurping weeds, great grown around her tomb, on which 2 dead leaves lie. Here let my sick heart break and die amid their wiltings, on her grave. Here in her dim old burying ground, the druid cedars guard around, and roses and wild thorns. Alone she shall not lie. Ah, let me moan my life out here where rose leaves fall, and rest by her who was my all. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Elixir of Love by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Foon. He held it possible that he, who idolizes one that's dead, with that strange liquid instantly might raise them living red. And so he thought, 'tis mine at last to live and love the love that's past, the joy without the grief and pain. The dead shall live and love again. For he had loved one till for him her face had grown his spirit part. Though dead, she seemed to him less dim than men in street and mart. He laboured on, for, truth to say, in toil alone his pleasure lay. His art through which some time he thought back to his arms she would be brought. He kept such trysts as phantoms keep pale distances about his soul, and moved like one who walks asleep, attaining no sure goal. Yet blither than a younger heart, at crucible and glass retort he laboured, for his love was prism to irrisate toil's egoism. He drained wan draughts from out a cup, a globe of vague and flaming gold, held from the darkness, brimming up by something white and cold, that wreathed faint fingers round its brim, slim flakes of foam, and soft and dim stooped out of fiery-bound abysses to print his brow with icy kisses. At last within his trembling hand an ancient flask burned starry rose, a liquid flame of ruby fanned, heart-like, with crimson throes. And in the liquid, like a flower, a star-like face bloomed for an hour, then slowly faded to a skull with eyes that mocked the beautiful. Though all his life had been so strange, yet stranger now it seemed to be. What was it led him forth to range mid graves and mystery? What led him to that one dim tomb, where he could read within the gloom the name of one who lay within, with all of silence, naught of sin? Untainted, so it seemed, and made by death's cold kisses still more fair, he found her, raised her, softly laid her raven depths of hair upon his shoulder, and the pearls around her neck and in her curls less pale were than the kingly calm upon his face that showed no qualm. And through the night, beneath the moon, across the windy hill, the gloom of forests where the leaves lay strewn, he brought her to his room. And in the awfulness of death, that filled her wide eyes with its breath, he set her in a carven chair, where the still moon could kiss her hair. One moment then he paused to think, then to her lips all drawn and dead, his strange elixir pressed, and "Drink, drink life and love," he said. And it drank, the dead drank slow, and in its eyes there came a glow, yet still as stone its body sate, with eyes of hell and lips of hate. Still as full frozen ice its face, and thin its voice as drizzled rain, when in its rotting silk and lace it rose and lived again. Its bosom moved not while it spake, nor moved its lips, and half awake its eyes seemed with enchanted sleep a century long in night's old keep. And stooping o'er, it whispered low, a sound like a vibrating wire, or like the hiss of falling snow in flutterings faint of fire. In me, behold, you see your toil, in me your love, a thing to coil around your life thus, make entire the demon of your dead desire. And where before was quietness, was violence of hate and evil, yet all its form seemed passionless, a corpse that held a devil. But who shall say the hands were its that made within his throat these pits? They found him dead, and by him one who clasped him close, a skeleton. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Gloramone by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. The moonbeams on the hollies glow pale where she left me, and the snow lies bleak in the moonshine on the graves, ribbed with each gust that shakes and waves ancestral cedars by her tomb. She lay so beautiful in death, my Gloramone, whose loveliness death had not dimmed with all its doom, that urged by my divine distress I sought her sepulchre. The gloom, the iciness that takes the breath, the sense of fear were not too strong to keep me from beholding long. I stole into its sorrow, burst with what I know was hand accursed, its seal the gated silence of her old armorial tomb. But love had sighed sweet romance to my heart, and here I thought another part our souls would play. I did not start with indistinctness of pale lips breathed on my hair. Faint finger-tips fluttered their starlight on my brow, when on my eyes I knew not whence vague kisses fell. Then, like a vow, within my heart an aching sense of vampire winning, and I heard her name slow syllabled, a word of haunting harmony, and then low whispered, "Thou, at last, 'tis thou," and sighs of shadowy lips again. How madly strange that this should be! For had she loved me here on earth, it had not then been marvelous that she should now remember me, returning love for love, though worth less, yes, far less, to both of us. And so I wondered, listening there, how was it that her soul was brought so near to mine now, whom in life she hated so? And everywhere about my life I thought, and found no reason why her love should now be mine. We were at strife forever here. Her hatred drove me to despair. I cast my glove into the frowning face of fate, and lost her. Yea, it was her hate that made her Apollonio's wife. Her hate, her lovely hate, for of her naught I found unlovely, and I felt she did not understand my passion, and 'twere well to wait. And now I felt her presence near, I, full of life, yet knew no fear there in the sombre silence mark. And it was dark, yes, deadly dark, but when I slowly drew away the pall, death modelled with her face. From her fair form it fell and lay rich in the dust. The shrouded place was glittering, daggered by the spark of one wild ruby at her throat, red arrowed as a star with throbs of pulsing flame. And note on note the night seemed filled with tenuous sobs of fire that flickered from that stone, that lustrous lay against her throat, large as her eyes and shadowy. And standing by the dead alone, I marveled not that this should be. The essence of 100 stars of fretful crimson through and through its bezels beat, when bending down my hot lips pressed her mouth. And scars, aurora scarlet, veiny blue, flame-hearted, blurred the midnight, and the vault rang, and I felt a hand like a fire in mine, and lo, a frown broke up by her face, as gently as the surface of a fountain's glass. A zephyr moves that jolts the grass, spilling its raindrops, when this passed, through song-soft slumber binding fast. Slow smiles dreamed outward beautiful, and with each smile I heard the dull, deep music of her heart, and saw, as by some necromantic law, faint tremblings of a lubric light flush her white temples and her throat, and each long pulse was as a note, that, gathering like a strong surprise with all of happiness, made sweet with dim carnation in wild wise the arch of her pale lips, and beat like moonlight from her head to feet. I bent and kissed her once again, and with that kiss it seemed that pain, which long had ached beneath her smile and eyelids, vanished. In a while I saw she breathed. Then wondrous white, fair as she was before she died, she rose upon the bier, a sight to marvel at, whose truth belied all fiction. Yet I saw her eyes grow wide unto my kiss, like skies of starless dawn, and all the fire of that dark ruby at her throat around her presence seemed to float, a mist of rose, wherein like light she moved, or music exquisite. What followed then I scarcely know. All I remember is, I caught her hand, and from the tomb I brought her beautiful, and o'er the snow, where moonbeams on the hollies glow, I led her. But her feet no print left of their nakedness, no dent, no faintest trace in frost. I thought, the moonlight fills them with its glow, so soft they fall, or 'tis the snow covers them o'er. The tomb was black, and this strong light blinds. Turning back, my eyes met hers, and as I turned, flashing centupled facet burned that ruby at her throat, and I studied its beauty for a while. How came it there? And when, and why? Who set it at her throat? Again, was it a ruby? Pondering I stood and gazed. A far strange smile filled all her face, and as with pain I seemed to hear her speak or sing these words that meant not anything, yet more than any words may mean. "Thy blood it is," she said, then sighed. "See where thy heart's blood beateth. Here thy heart's blood, that my lips did drain in life. I live by still unseen, long as thy passion shall remain. Canst thou behold and have no fear? Yea, if I am not dead, 'tis thou. Look how thy heart's blood flashes now. Blood of my life and soul, beat on and fill my veins with dawn, and heat the heart of me his bride." And then she leaned against me, eyed like some white serpent, strangely still, that binds one with its glittering stare, that at wild stars hath gazed until its eyes have learned their golden glare. And then I took her by the wrists and drew her to me, faintly felt the shadow of her hair, whose mists were twilight deep and dimly smelt of shroud and sepulchre. And she smiled on me with such sorcery as well might win a soul from God to hell and torments. And I trod on white enchantments, and was long a song and harp-string to a song, love's battle in my blood. And there, kissing her mouth, all unaware the ruby loosened at her throat, and ere I wist hung o'er my hand, and on the brink I seemed to stand of something that cried out, "Admire the beauty of this gem of fire, its witchcraft and its workmanship." Then from her throat it seemed to slip, and in the hollow of my hand a rosy spasm, a bubble boat of living flame, it seemed to float, a fretful fire, a heart fierce fanned of red convulsions. Like a brand, the blaze it touched me, seemed to run like fever through my pulses, swift of torrid poison. One by one, now burning ice, now freezing sun, I felt my veins swell. Then I felt my palm brim up and overflow with blood, that beads of oozing glow dripped drop by drop upon the snow, like holly berries on the snow. Then something darkly seemed to melt within me, and I heard a sigh like a moan. 'Twas as if years of anguish bore it, and the sky swam near me as when seen through tears, and she was gone. In ghostly gloom of dark, scarred pines, a crumbling tomb loomed like a mist. Carved in its stone above the grated portal deep, glimmered this legend: "Let her sleep, crowned with dim death, our lovely one, known here on earth as Gloramone. Our hearts bow down by her and weep, and one sits weeping all alone." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Image in the Glass by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Phil Schempf. The slow reflection of a woman's face grew, as by witchcraft, in the oval space of that strange glass on which the moon looked in. As cruel as death, beneath the auburn hair the dark eyes burned, and o'er the faultless chin, evil as night, yet as the daybreak fair, rose red and sensual, smiled the mouth of sin. The glorious throat and shoulders, and twin crests of snow, the splendid beauty of the breasts, filled soul and body with the old desire. Daughter of darkness, how could this thing be? You, whom I loathed, for whom my heart's fierce fire had burnt to ashes of satiety. You, who had sunk my soul in crime's red mire. How came your image there, and in that room where she, the all-adored, my life's sweet bloom, died poisoned? She, my scarcely 1 week's bride, yes, poisoned by a gift you sent to her. Thinking her death would win me to your side, it won me, yes, but, well, it made some stir. By your own hand, I think, they said you died. Time passed, and then was it the curse of crime, that night of nights, which forced my feet to climb to that locked bridal room. 'Twas midnight, when a longing like to madness mastered me, compelled me to that chamber, which for 10 long years was sealed, a dark necessity to gaze upon, I knew not what again. Love's ghost, perhaps, or in the curvature of that orbed mirror, something that might cure the ache in me, some message said perchance of her dead loveliness, which once it glassed, that might repeat again my lost romance in momentary pictures of the past, while in its depths her image swam in trance. I did not dream to see the soulless eyes of you I hated, nor the lips where lies and kisses curled, your features that were tuned to all demonic, smiling up as might some deep damnation, while, my God, I swooned, oozed slowly out, between the breasts dead white, the ghastly red of that wide dagger wound. End of poem. This recording's in the public domain.
The Legend of the Stone by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Foon. The year was dying, and the day was almost dead. The west beneath the sombre grey was sombre red. The gravestones in the ghostly light that glimmered there seemed phantoms wandering wan and white mid trees half bare. I stood beside the grave of one who, here in life, was false to me, who had undone my child and wife. I stood beside his grave until the moon came up. It seemed the dark unhallowed hill lifted a cup. No stone was there to mark his grave, no flower to grace. 'Twas meet that weeds alone should wave in such a place. I stood beside his grave until the stars swam high, and all the night was iron still from sky to sky. What cared I though strange eyes glowed bright within the gloom, though evil blue a witch's light burnt by each tomb, or that each crooked thorn tree seemed a hag black cloaked, or that the owl above me screamed, the raven croaked. I cursed him when the day burned sullen red, had cursed him when the west was grey and day was dead. And now when night made dark the pole, both soon and late, I cursed his body, yea, and soul, with hate of hate. Once at my side I seemed to hear a low voice say, 'Twere better to forgive, and fear thy God, and pray. I laughed, and from pale lips of stone on sculptured tombs wild laughter leapt, and then a moan swept through the glooms. And then I felt a change, a force that seemed to seize my body like some fearful curse, and fastening, freeze it downward, deeper than the knees, into the earth, while still among the twisted trees rang mocking mirth. And then I felt such fear, despair, as lost ones feel, when, knotted in their pitch-stiff hair, they feel the steel of devil's forks lift up through sleet of hell's slant fire, then plunge, as white from head to feet I grew entire. A voice without me, yet within, as still as frost, intoned, "Thy sin is more than sin, O damned and lost! Behold how God would punish thee for this thy crime of hate and blasphemy through endless time. O'er him whom thou wouldst not forgive, record what good he did on earth, and let him live, loved, understood. Be memory thine of all the worst he did thine own. There at the head of him I cursed, I stood a stone." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Ruined Mill by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Foon. On the wild south fork of Herod's Creek, o'ergrown with creepers if you should seek, you will find an ancient water-mill of stone below a wooded hill. Its weedy wheel is not less still than its image that sleeps in the grassy pool where the moccasin swims, and slimly cool, like streaks of light through blurs of sun, the silver minnows and crawfish run. So lone the place, in its sycamore, the blue crane builds, and from the shore the shite-poke wanders about its door. The burdock sprawls on its sill of pine, and in its pathway eglantine and blackberry tangle and intertwine. Ox-daisies chequer with pearl and gold the bushy banks of its mill-race old. The owl in its loft as safely lairs as the fox in its cellar, that whelps and cares naught for the hunters who gallop by with their baying hounds. The martins fly around the chimney and build therein, and wasp and hornet, with murmurous din, plaster their nests that none disturb, on window lintel and hopper curb. Once I stood in this old stone mill, once as the day died over the hill, and night came on, and stark and still I met with phantoms upon its stairs. Shadows that took me unawares, eyed with fire and cowled with gloom. Twilight phantoms that crowded dark its dim interior, each eye a spark of sunset creviced within the room, while a moist, chill, mouldering dead perfume of crumbling timbers and rotting grain on floors all warped with the sun and rain, made of the stagnant air a cell, round the cobwebbed rafters hung like a spell, making my mind, despite me, run on thoughts of a hidden skeleton, there in the walls, or dripping dank, under the floor, 'neath a certain plank, glowering, grim in the mossy wet, in its hollow eyes a dark regret. I had entered when the evening star in the saffron heaven was sparkling afar in all its glory of light divine, like a diamond drowned in kingly wine. And I stayed till the heavens hung low and grey, and the clouds of the storm drove down and away like the tattered leaves of an autumn day. and the wild rain beat on the rotting roof the goblin dance of the fiend's own hoof, till the spider dropped from its dusty woof, and the thunder throbbed like a mighty heart, and the wild wind filled each crannied part of the mill with moanings that seemed to be the voice of an ancient agony, till the beetle shrunk in its board of pine, while the lightning lit with its instant shine the tossing terror of tree and vine. Then, all on a sudden, the storm was still, and I saw her there, near the shattered sill, at the window, gazing from the mill into the darkness under the storm. Around her flickering hair and form unearthly glimmer, she seemed to lean to the rushing waters that roared unseen. A moment only she seemed to sway before me there in the lightning grey, then vanished utterly away, like a blown-out light. And was it she, the miller's daughter, who died, they say, who flung herself on the mill's great wheel, long years ago, in her heart's despair? Or was it a dream, a fantasy, that the place and the moment made me feel, and imagination imaged there? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. On Floyd's Fork by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Foon. When the hoot of the owl comes over the hill at 12 o'clock when the night is still, and pale on the pool where the creek frogs croon, glimmering grey is the light o' the moon, and under the willows where shadows lie the torch of the firefly wanders by. They say that the miller walks here, all covered with chaff, with his crooked staff, and his horrible hobble and hideous laugh. The old lame miller hung many a year. When the hoot of the owl comes over the hill, he walks in the night by Herod's mill. When the bark of the fox sounds lone on the hill, at 12 o'clock when the night is chill with the autumn wind, and the waters creep where the starlight fails and the shadows sleep, and under the willows that toss and moan, the glowworm kindles its lanthorn lone. They say that a woman floats dead, in a weedy space that the lilies lace, a curse in her eyes and a smile on her face, the miller's young wife with a gash in her head. When the bark of the fox sounds lone on the hill, she floats in the night by Herod's mill. When the howl of the hound comes over the hill, at 12 o'clock when the night is ill, and the thunder mutters and rain winds sob, and the foxfire glows like the lamp of a log, and under the willows that gloom and glance, the will-o'-the-wisps hold a devil's dance, they say that that crime is reacted again, and each cranny and chink of the mill doth wink with the light o' hell or the lightning's blink, and a woman's shrieks are heard through the rain. When the howl of the hound comes over the hill, no man will walk by Herod's mill. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Woman by the Water by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org. She stands within the stormy glow of sunset, with a face of snow, the white embodiment of woe, as night comes on. She stands within the sombre glare of dusk, with dark, neglected hair, an apparition of despair, when day is gone. The haggard house within the veil looks spectral as a ragged sail the Dutchman hoists against the gale on haunted seas. And in the garden one vast brake of dock and thistle, snail and snake crawl, and the death watch taps, awake in rotting trees. The stagnant stream along the night creeps, like a nightmare, where each white lily is an uneasy light, a wisp uptossed. And through the cypress trees and vines, the grey fox skulks and laps and whines. The owl hoots, and the foxfire shines in darkness lost. She stands beside the stagnant stream, her garments drip at every seam. She looks a shadow in a dream of dread and woe. No star stares half so steadily at earth as at the water she, and what she sees there, it may be the owlets know. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Street of Ghosts by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by William Mosqueda. The drowsy day with half-closed eyes dreams in this quaint forgotten street that, like some old-world wreckage lies, left by the sea's receding beat, far from the city's restless feet. Abandoned pavements that the trees' huge roots have wrecked, whose flagstones feel no more the sweep of draperies, and sunken curbs wherein no wheel grinds and no gallant's spur-bound heel. Old houses walled with rotting brick, thick-creepered, dormered, weather-vaned, like withered faces sad and sick, stare from each side, all broken-paned, with battered doors the rain has stained. And through the day, be white with heat, their ancient yards are dimming cold, where now the toad makes its retreat, mid flower-pots green-caked with mold, and not by noisome weeds unfold. The slow gray slug and snail have trailed their slimy silver up and down their beds where once the moss rose veiled, rich beauty, and the mushroom brown swells where the lily tossed its crown. The shadowy scents that oft are wont to flit among the walks and boughs seem ghosts of sweethearts here who haunt and wander round each empty house, wrapped in the fragrance of dead vows. And haply, when the evening droops her amber eyelids in the west, here you may hear the swish of hoops, or catch the glint of hat and vest, as two dim lovers past you pressed. And instant as some star's slant flame that scores the swarthy cheek of night, perhaps behold Colonel Dame and gentleman in staily white go glimmering down the pale moonlight. In powder patch and furbelow, cocked hat and sword, and every one, Tory and wig of long ago, as real as in the days long gone, the courtly days of Washington. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Before the Tomb by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by William Mosqueda. The way led under cedared gloom, where over the entrance of her tomb the moon hung like a cactus bloom. I had an hour of night and thin sad starlight, and I set my chin against the grating and looked in. A gleam, like moonlight, through a square of opening, I knew not where, shone on her coffin resting there. And on its oval silver plate I read her name and age and date, and smiled, soft thinking on my hate. There was no insect sound to chirr, no wind to make a little stir. I stood and looked and thought on her. The gleam stole downward from her head, till at her feet it rested, red on Gothic gold, whose letters said, God to her love lent a weak reed of strength, and gave no light to lead. Pray for her soul, for it hath need. There was no night bird's twitter near, no low, vague water I might hear to make a small sound in the ear. The gleam that made a burning mark of each dim word died to a spark, then left the tomb and coffin dark. I had a little while to wait, and prayed with hands against the grate, and heart that yearned and knew too late. There was no light below, above, to point my soul the way thereof, the way of hate that led to love. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Flamencine by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by William Mosqueda. It was a gypsy maiden within the forest green. It was a gypsy maiden who shook a tambourine. The star of eve had not the face, the cascade's foam had not the grace of Flamencine. Her bodice was of purple, her shoes of satin sheen. Her bodice was of purple, with scarlet laid between. The wind of eve was in the tread, the black of night was on the head of Flamencine. Among the dreaming vistas, the darkling dells between, among the dreaming vistas, I heard her tambourine, and far within the ghostly glade, the moonbeams and the shadows played around Flamencine. Among the beechen shadows where fireflies are seen, among the beechen shadows when glowworms glimmer green, then down the darkness like a light she dances, and the eyes are bright of Flamencine. There lies a gypsy maiden within the forest green. There lies a gypsy maiden beside her tambourine. These many years I am her slave. The violets grow up on the grave of Flamencine. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hildegard by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Phil Schempf. Hildegard the demons name her, who meets me on the mountain. Her whose hair is like the flame of a sunset-fevered fountain. I can tell her by her eyes, dreadful eyes of bitter beryl, where the anguish never dies, and the suffering soul sits sterile, in such light as ever lies on the unsailed seas of peril. How we met I never knew. Once I turned, and there she trembled near me, glimmering like the dew in the sessions of assembled flowers. Hers some influence of soft serpent magnetism, vanquishing my every sense with essential mesmerism, holding me beneath the lens of her will's compelling prism. I cannot escape. She treads noiseless as the forest flowers, walked on by the wind. Their heads pavements for the mottled hours. She is whiter than the trees when their blossoms are unsheathing. She is lissome as the ease of the lilied water wreathing. She is subtle as the breeze through the summer foliage breathing. When she speaks, within my ears like wild music heard in fever is her voice, and it appears that my soul can never leave her. Babylonian necromance. Oldest witcheries that harrow yet compel are hers. Her glance holds me, and my very marrow feels it, and I stand a trance while her pupils slowly narrow. Thus she binds me with her gaze, while her white hands weigh my shoulders, and my weak will swings and sways to her gaze that burns and smolders. So she draws me far away under boughs where summer dallies, over peaks of purple day, far away through Eden alleys, all the way in one long May till we come to her dark valleys. There black tempest treads the peaks, iron skies are gulfed asunder, whence the lightning's lava streaks, vomiting the hosts of thunder. Here she kisses me, till red with my heart's blood are her kisses. Then my soul is seized with dread, for it knows no woman this is. Yea, behold, it sees instead but a milk-white snake that hisses. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Romaunt of the Oak by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Josh Kibbey. I rode to death, for I fought for shame, the Lady Maureen of noble name. The fair and faithless, though life be long, is love the wiser, love made song. Of all my life, and the soul that crept before arose like a star and leapt, still leaps with the love that it found untrue, that it found unworthy, now run me through. Yea, run me through, for meat and well, and a jest for laughter of fiends in hell. It is that I, who have done no wrong, should die by the hand of Hugh the Strong. Of Hugh her leman, what else could be, when the devil was judge twixt thee and me? He splintered my lance, and my blade he broke. Now finish me thou neath the trysting oak. The shield of his foeman, a heart of white and a bath of fire, shone in the night. The plume of his foeman, as midnight black, blew as he leapt on his horse's back. Leapt and laughed as his sword he swung, then galloped away with a laugh on his tongue. Who is she in the grey wet dawn, mid the forest shades like a shadow wan? Who kneels, one hand on her straining breast, one hand on the dead man's bosom pressed? Her face is dim as the dead's, and cold as his tarnished harness of steel and gold. O Lady Maureen, O Lady Maureen, what boots it now that regret is keen? That his hair you smooth, that you kiss his brow, what boots it now, what boots it now? She has hailed him under the trysting oak, the huge old oak that the creepers cloak. She has stood him gaunt in his battered arms, in its haunted hollow, be safe from storms. She laughed as his cloven casque she placed on his brow, and his riven shield she braced, then sat and talked to the forest flowers through the lonely term of the day's pale hours, and stared and whispered and smiled and wept as nearer and nearer the evening crept. And lo, when the moon like a great gold bloom above the sorrowful trees did loom, she rose up sobbing, O moon, come see my bridegroom here in the old oak tree. I have talked to the flowers all day, for never a word had he to say. He would not listen, he would not hear, though I wailed my longing into his ear. O moon, steal in where he stands so grim, and tell him I love him, and plead with him. Soften his face that is cold and stern, and brighten his eyes, and make them burn. O moon, white moon, so my soul can see, can say that they glow with love for me. When the moon had set, and the woods were dark, the wild deer came and stood as stark as phantoms with eyes of flame, or fled like a ghostly herd of the hunted dead. And the strix owl called, and the werewolf snarled, and a voice in the boughs of the oak tree gnarled, like the whining voice of the hags that ride to the witches' sabbath, crooned and cried. And wrapped in his mantle of wind and cloud, the storm fiend stalked through the forest loud. When she heard the dead man rattle and groan, as the oak was bent and its leaves were blown, and the lightning flickered his shimmering mail through the swirl and sweep of the rain and hail, she seemed to hear him, who seemed to call, Come hither, Maureen, the wild leaves fall. The wild leaves rustle, the wild leaves flee. Come hither, Maureen, to the hollow tree, to the trysting tree, to the tree once green. Come hither, Maureen, come hither, Maureen. They found her closed in his armored arms. Had he claimed his bride on that night of storms? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Reed Shaken with the Wind by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Not for you and me the path winding through the shadowless fields of morning's dewiness, where the brook that hurries hath laughter lighter than a boy's, where recurrent odors poise romp-like with irreverent tresses in the sun, and leaves and boughs build a music-haunted house for the winds to hang their dresses, whisper silken, rustling in. Ours a path that led unto twilight regions gray with dew, where moon vapors gathered thin over acres sisterless of all healthy beauty, where fungus growths made sad the air as a phantom felt caress, under darkness and strange stars, to the sorrow-silenced bars of a dubious forest land, where the wood scents seemed to stand, and the sounds on either hand, clad like sleep's own servitors, in the shadowy livery of the ancient house of dreams, which before us, fitfully, with white intermittent gleams of its pale lamped windows, shone echoing with the dim unknown. To say to hope, take all from me, and grant me naught. Take rose and song and melody, and word and thought, then all my life make her slave, is all I crave. To say to time, be true to me, nor grant me less of loss, of grief, of memory, of heart's distress. Then for her love set me a task, is all I ask. I came to you when Eve was young, and where the park rolled downward to the river, and among the dew one vesper moment lit and sung a bird. Your eyes said something true, said something to my eyes more dear than song the bird poured, silver clear. How sweet it was to be with you! How with our souls we seemed to hear the night approaching with its stars! How calm the moon sloped up her sphere of fire-filled pearl through the passive bars of clouds that merged the tender east, while all the dark inanimate of nature woke. Initiate with the moon's arrival, something ceased in nature's soul. She stood again, another self, that seemed to have been dormant, suppressed, and so unseen all day. A life unknown and strange, and dream suggestive, that had lain masked on with light, within the range of thought, but unrevealed till now. It was the hour of love, and you, with downward eyes and pensive brow, among the moonlight and the dew, although no word of love was spoken, heard the sweet night's confession broken of something here more sweet in me, a love depth made inaudible save to your soul, that answered well with eyes replying silently. Fair you are as a rose is fair, there where the shadows dew it, and the deeps of your brown hair soft as the cloud that lingers there with the sunset's auburn through it. Eyes of azure and throat of snow, tell me what my heart would know. Every dream I dream of you has a love thought in it, and a hope, a kiss or two, something dear and something true, telling me each minute with 3 words it whispers clear that my heart from you would hear. June time came. The dews grew kind with increasing beauty. Deep were the nights with rest and sleep. Fair with poppies intertwined on their blonde locks went the hours, sunny hearted as the rose. Through the buds and banded flowers, teaching them how no one knows freshness, color, and perfume, in the window of your room bloomed a late azalea, pink as an egret's rosy plumes. Shone its tender tufted blooms from your care and love, I think. Love's rose color it did drink, growing rosier day by day, through your tending hand's caress. And your own dear naturalness had imbued it in some way. Once you gave a blossom of it, smiling to me when I left. Need I tell you how I love it, faded though it is now, reft of its fragrance and its color? Yet 'tis dearer now than then, as past happiness is when life regrets, and dimmer, duller though its beauty be, when I look upon it, I recall every part of that old wall, and the dingy window high, where you sat and read, and all the fond love that made your face a soft sunbeam in that place. And the plant that grew this bloom withered here, itself long dead, makes a halo overhead there again, and through my room, like faint whispers of perfume, steal the words of love then said. All of my love I send to you, I send to you, on thoughts like moths that wend to you out of my heart's glad garden, o'er which its lovely warden, your face, a lily seeming, is dreaming. All of my life I bring to you, I bring to you, in deeds like birds that wing to you, out of my soul's deep valley, o'er which most musically your love, a fountain glistens and listens. My love, my life, how blessed in you, how blessed in you, whose thoughts, whose deeds find rest in you, here on my life's dark ocean, o'er which in heavenly motion your soul a star abideth and guideth. Where the old Kentucky wound through the land, it streamed between hills of primitive forest green, like a goodly belt around giant breasts of grandeur. With many an unknown Indian myth on the boat we steamed. The land like an hospitable hand welcomed us. Alone we sat on the under deck, and saw farmhouse and plantation draw near and vanish. 'Neath your hat your young eyes laughed, and your hair, blown about them by the air of our passage, clung and curled music and the summer moon, and the hills' great shadows hewn out of silence, and the tune of the whistle, when we whirled round a moonlit bend in sight of some lone landing heaped with hay or tobacco, where the light of one dim solitary lamp signaled through the evening's damp, then a bell and dusky gray. Shuffling figures on the shore with the cable, rugged forms on the gangplank, backs and arms with their cargo bending o'er, and the burly mate before. Then an iron bell and puff of escaping steam, and out where the stream is wheel-whipped rough, music and a parting shout from the shore, the pilot's bell beating on the deck below. Then the steady, quivering, slow, smooth advance again, until twinkling lights beyond us tell of a loch or little town, clasped between a hill and a hill, where the bluegrass fields slope down. So we went. That summer time lingers with me like a rhyme learned for dreamy beauty of its old-fashioned faith and love. In some musing moment, sith heart associated with joy that moment's quiet bore, and forgotten nevermore. 3 sweet things love lives upon: music, at whose fountain's brink low he stoops his face to drink, seeing as the wave is drawn his near image rise and sink. 3 sweet things love lives upon. 3 sweet things love lives upon: odor, whose red roses wreathe his bright brow that shines beneath, hearing as each bloom is blown his soul's essence breathe and breathe. 3 sweet things love lives upon. 3 sweet things love lives upon: color, to whose rainbow he lifts his dark eyes burningly, feeling as the wild hues dawn his high immortality. 3 sweet things love lives upon. Memories of other days, sad with whilom happiness, rise before my musing gaze in the twilight, and your dress seems beside me, like a haze shimmering white, as when we went 'neath the star-strewn firmament, love-led, with impatient feet, down the night that summer sweet sparkled o'er the lamp-lit street. Every look you gave me then comes before my eyes again, making music for my heart on that path where once for us roses, red and amorous, grew the rose-red of love. Roses that are dead enough on that path now, whence oft start out of recollected places with remembered forms and faces, dreams of love like figures woven in my life's dark tapestry, beckoning, ever shadowy, to my soul still. O'er the cloven gulf of time I seem to hear words once whispered in my ear, calling, as might friends long dead with familiar voices deep call to one who lies asleep, comforting. So was I led backward to forgotten things, contiguities that spread sudden, unremembered wings, and across my mind still blue, from the nest they fledged in, flew dazzling shapes that passion knew. Ah, over full my heart is of sadness and of pain, as a rose flower in the garden the dull dusk fills with rain, as a blown red rose that shivers and bows to the wind and rain. So give me your hands and speak me as once in the days of yore, when love spoke sweetly to us, the love that speaks no more. The sound of your voice may help him to speak in my heart once more. Ah, overgrieved my soul is, and tired and sick for sleep, as a poppy bloom that withers forgotten where reapers reap, as a harvested poppy flower that dies where reapers reap. So bend to my face and kiss me, as once in the days of yore, where the touch of your lips was magic that restored to life once more, the thought of your kiss which awakens to life that love once more. Sitting often I have, oh, often have desired you so, yearned to kiss you as I did when your love to me you gave, in the moonlight by the wave, and a long remembered kiss pressed upon your mouth that chid, then upon each eye's sweet lid. That all passion shaken, I with love language will address each dear thing I know you by, picture, needlework, or frame, each suggestive in the same perfume of past happiness, Till meseems the ways we knew now again I tread with you, from the old time tryst, and there feel the pressure of your hair, cool and young, upon my cheek, and your breath's aroma. Bear on my arm your hand, as weak as a lily on a stream. And once more you look at me with sometime witchery, and again I hear you speak, and remembered ecstasy sweeps my soul again. I seem dreaming. Would I thus might dream ever! The reality mix itself eternally with such visions of the past, where my soul still holds you fast. When day dies, lone forsaken, and joy is kissed asleep, when doubt's grey eyes awaken, and love with music taken from hearts with sighing shaken, sits in the dusk to weep, with ghostly lifted finger, what memory then shall rise? Of dark regret the bringer, to tell the sorrowing singer of days whose echoes linger, till dawn unstars the skies. When night is gone, and beaming faith journeys forth to toil, when hope's blue eyes wake gleaming, and life is done with dreaming the dreams that seem but seeming within the world's turmoil. Who may forget the presence of death that walks unseen? Whose scythe casts shadowy crescents around life's glittering essence, as lessons slowly lessens the space that lies between. Bland was that October day, calm and balmy as the spring, when we went a forest way, under beeches lichen gray, to a valleyed opening, where the purple aster flowered, and like torches savage held, red the fiery sumac towered, and where gum trees sentineled the vistas, robed in gold and garnet, ripe the thorny chestnut shelled its brown plumpness, bee and hornet droned around us, low the cricket, tireless in the wood rose thicket, tremoloed, and to the wind, all its moon-spun silver casting, swung the milkweed's pod that thinned where butterfly seemed pinned, and its clean flame on the sod by the fading goldenrod burned the white life everlasting. It was not so much the time, nor the place, nor way we went that made all our moods to rhyme, nor the season's sentiment, as it was the innocent carefree childhood of our hearts, reading each expression of death and change as life and love. That impression joy imparts unto others and retorts on itself, which then made glad all the sorrow of decay, as the memory of that day makes this day of autumn sad. The pungent breathed petunias hang riven of the rain, and where the tiger lily was, now droops a tawny stain, while in the twilight's purple pause earth dreams of heaven again. When love sits down to sigh where one lies all alone, beneath the sod's green sky, what boots it then to try or to atone? With ragged petals round its pod, the rain-wrecked poppy dies, and where the hectic rose did nod, a crumbled crimson lies, while distant as the dreams of God, the stars slip in the skies. When love lies down to sleep, when one is dead and gone, within the darkness deep, what boots it then to weep, all sad and done? Holding both your hands in mine, often have we sat together, while outside the boisterous weather hung the wild wind on the pine, like a black marauder, and with a sudden warning hand at the casement rapped. The night wrote no line of glimmer of light, starbeam syllabled within her dark book of death and sin, cloudy chaptered tragically, looking in your eyes, ah me! Though I knew, I did not heed what the night wrote there for us, threatening and ominous. For love helped my heart to read forward to unopened pages of a coming day, that held more for us than all the ages past, that it epitomized in one sentence, where was spelled what our present realized only, all the love that was past and still to be for us. Though in the gardens gray with dew all life lies withering, and there's no more to say or do, no more to sigh or sing, come back with me the ways we knew when buds were opening. Perhaps we shall not search in vain within its wreck and gloom. Mid roses ruined of the rain there still may live one bloom, one flower whose heart may still retain the long lost soul perfume. And then perhaps will come to us the dreams we dreamed of yore, and song who spoke so beauteous will speak to us once more, and love with eyes all amorous will gaze as once before. So though the yard is gray with dew, and flowers are withering, and there's no more to say or do, no more to sigh or sing, Come back with me, the ways we knew, when buds were opening. Looking on the desolate street where the first snow drifts and drives, trodden black of hurrying feet, where the athlete storm wind strives with each tree and dangling light, center sphered with glittering white, hissing in the dancing snow, backward in my mind I go, to the tempest-haunted night of 2 autumns past, when we, hastening homeward, were o'ertaken of the storm, and 'neath a tree with its wild leaves tempest-shaken sheltered us in that forsaken, sad, and ancient cemetery, where folk came no more to bury. The haggard gravestones, mossed and crumbled, tottered round us, or o'ertumbled in their sunken graves, and some, urned and obelisked above, iron-fenced in tombs, stood dumb records of forgotten love. And again I see the west yawning inward to its core of electric spasmed ore, swiftly without pause or rest, and a great wind sweeps the dust up abandoned sidewalks, and in the rotting trees the gust shouts again, a voice that would make its gaunt self understood, moaning over death's lean land. And we sat there hand in hand, on the granite, where we read by the instant skies o'erhead something of one young and dead. Yet the words begot no fear in our souls. You leaned your cheek, smiling on mine, very near where our lips we did not speak. And suddenly alone I stood, with scared eyes gazing through the wood, for some still sign of ill or good to lead me from the solitude. The day was at its twilighting. One cloud o'erhead spread a vast wing of rosy thunder, vanishing behind the far hills' sullen ring. Some stars shone timidly o'erhead, and towards the west, cadaverous red, like some wild dream that haunts the dead in limbo, the lean moon was led. Upon the sad, debatable vague lands of twilight slowly fell a silence that I knew too well, a sorrow that I cannot tell. What way to take, what path to go, whether into the east's grey glow, or where the west burnt red and low, what way to choose I did not know. So hesitating, there I stood, lost in my soul's uncertain wood. One sign I craved, of ill or good, to lead me from its solitude. It was autumn, and a night full of whispers and of mist, with a grey moon wanly whist, hanging like phantom light o'er the hills. We stood among windy fields of weed and flower, where the withered seed pod hung, and the chill leaf cricket sung. Melancholy was the hour with the mystery of loneness of the year, that seemed to look on its own departed face, as our love then, in its oneness, all its dead past did retrace, and from that sad moment took presage of approaching parting, sorrowful the hour and dark. Low among the trees, now darting, now concealed, a lamp's pale spark, like a fen fire, winked and lured, shut among the shadows, where all was doubtful, unassured, immaterial, and bare facts of unideal day changed to substance such as dreams. And meseemed then far away, farther than remotest gleams of the stars, lost, separated, and estranged, and out of reach, grew our lives away from each other, far away as it was fated. There is no gladness in the day now you're away. Dull is the morn, the moon is dull, once beautiful. And when the sunset fills the skies with dusking dyes, with tired eyes and tired heart, I sit alone, I sigh apart and wish for you, for only you. Ah, darker now the night comes on since you are gone. Sad are the stars, the moon is sad, once wholly glad. And when the stars and moon are set, the earth lies wet with heart's regret and soul's hard ache. I dream alone, I lie awake and think of you, of only you. These who once spake me speak no more, now all is o'er. Day hath forgot the language of its hopes of love. Night, whose sweet lips were burdensome with dreams, is dumb. Far different from what used to be, with grief and loss they speak to me. They speak of you, of only you. So it ends, the path that crept through a land all slumber wist, where the faded moonlight slept like a pale antagonist. Now the star that led me onward, reassuring with its light, fails and falters. dipping downward, leaves me wandering in night, with old doubts like hounds unchained, baying at my back in flight. So it ends. The woods attained where our heart's desire builded a fair temple, fire gilded, with hope's marble shrine within, where the lineaments of our love shone, with lilies clad and crowned, under marble reared above sorrow and her sister sin. Columned, wreathed, and ribbon wound, in the forest I have found but a ruin. All around lie the shattered capitals and vast fragments of the walls, like a climbing cloud that plies wind-wrecked o'er the moon that lies 'neath its blackness, taking on gradual certainties of wan, soft assaults of easy white, till its huge cocoon that holds like a moth the moon unfolds and it passes, and the sky's emptiness and hungry night claim its bulk again, while she rides in lonely purity. So I found our temple broken, and a musing moment's space love, whose latest word was spoken, seemed to meet me face to face, making bright that ruined place with a white effulgence, then passed, and all was dark again. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Woman's Portion by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson and Nemo. The leaves are shivering on the thorn drearily, and sighing wakes the sad-eyed morn wearily. I press my thin face to the pane drearily, but never will he come again wearily. The rain has sickled day with haze drearily. My tears run downward as I gaze wearily. The mist and morn spake unto me drearily.
What is this thing God gives to thee, wearily?
I said unto the morn and mist drearily, the babe unborn whom sin hath kissed wearily. The morn and mist spake unto me drearily.
What is this thing which thou dost see, wearily?
I said unto the mist and morn drearily, the shame of man and women's scorn wearily.
He loved thee not,
they made reply drearily. I said, would God had let me die wearily. My hopes are as a closed-up book drearily, upon whose clasp of love I look wearily. All night the rain raved overhead drearily. All night I wept awake in bed wearily. I heard the wind sweep wild and wide drearily, and turned upon my face and sighed wearily. The wind and rain spake unto me drearily.
What is this thing God takes from thee, wearily?
I said unto the rain and wind drearily, the love for which my body sinned wearily. The rain and wind spake unto me drearily.
What are these things that burden thee, wearily?
I said unto the wind and rain drearily, past joys and dreams whose ghosts remain wearily.
Thou lovest him still,
they made reply drearily. I said, would God that I could die wearily. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Klux by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org. We have sent him seeds of the melon's core, and nailed a warning upon his door. By the Ku Klux laws we can do no more. Down in a hollow, mid crib and stack, the roof of his low-porched house looms black, not a line of light at the door-sill's crack. Yet arm and mount and mask and ride, the hounds can sense though the fox may hide, and for a word too much men oft have died. The clouds blow heavy toward the moon, the edge of the storm will reach it soon. The killdeer cries in the lonesome loon. The clouds shall flush with a wilder glare than the lightning makes with its angled flare, when the Ku Klux verdict is given there. In the pause of the thunder rolling low, a rifle signal, who shall know from the wind's fierce hurl and the rain's black blow? Only the signature, written grim, at the end of the message brought to him, a hempen rope and a twisted limb. So arm and mount and mask and ride, the hounds can sense though the fox may hide, and for a word too much men oft have died. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. At Dawn by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org. Far off I heard dark waters rush. The sky was cold. The dawn broke green. And wrapped in twilight and strange hush, the grey wind moaned between. A voice rang through the house of sleep, and through its halls there went a tread. Mysterious raiment seemed to sweep around one lying dead. And then I knew that I had died, I, who had suffered so and sinned. And 'twas myself I stood beside in the grey dawn and wind. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Præterita by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Low belts of rushes, ragged with the blast, lagoons of marish, reddening with the west, and o'er the marsh the waterfowl's unrest, while daylight dwindles and the dusk falls fast. Set in sad walls, all mossy with the past, an old stone gateway with a crumbling crest, a garden where death drowses manifest, and in gaunt yews the shadowy house at last. Here, like an unseen spirit, silence talks with echo and the wind in each grey room where melancholy slumbers with the rain. Or, like some gentle ghost, the moonlight walks in the dim garden which her smile makes bloom with all the old-time loveliness again. When slow the twilight settles o'er its roof, and from the haggard oaks unto its door the rain comes, wild as one who rides before his enemies that follow, hoof to hoof. And in each window's gusty curtain woof the rain-wind sighs, like one who mutters o'er some tale of love and crime. And on the floor the sunset spreads red stains as bloody proof. From hall to hall and haunted stair to stair, through all the house a dread that drags me toward the ancient dusk of that avoided room, wherein she sits with ghostly golden hair, and eyes that gaze beyond her soul's sad doom, waking the ghost of that old harpsichord.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
In Shadow by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. A moth sucks at a flaming flower, the moonbeams on the old church tower. I watched the moth and rising moon, one silver tip of glimmer slip through ghostly tree-tops deep with June, to dream above the church an hour. The grey moth on the dewy pod dreams, and the sleepy poppies nod their drugged heads in the languid breeze that whispers low of some dim woe, and spirit-like among the trees strews snowy petals on the sod. My soul dreams at life's blood-red heart of that thou art, of thee who art all silence, saying something fair as phantoms know when moonflowers blow and spirits meet, the beauty rare of which thou too hast grown a part. My heart, behold, is but a bloom a pale thought clings to by a tomb that holds the one I love, all one of cheek, whom, wild and weak, my heart bows down and breaks above, grief-haunted in the moonlit gloom.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
In the Owl Light by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Uplifted darkness, and the owl light breaks, scuds the wild land, pursuing patch with patch, as when deep daisy fields a swift wind shakes. How clumsily I raised the crazy latch! So, when yon black cloud, light absorbing, rakes again the moon's bald disk, out, and the storm will snatch again my hair, made lank with wind and rain 2 hours since. There, from the ragged plain a great cloud besom sweeps the beams again. Out, out, no fear of risk. First past the fell side, where the bramble hollow winds, wolf-like, with the wind, gaunt wind that grieves through the one sickly ash, whose withered leaves worry and mutter, shriveled as the lips of bent hags kissing. Then the slope that whips the face with brush, and where a gnarled vine slips snake-like from off a rock that seems to wallow, one mass of briars, a humpbacked hulk of hair, a gorgon head of writhings huge that heaves when, heaped abruptly on it, flare, burst rain and tempest glare. This past I follow a thorny slip of path until I reach the storm-scarred summit of the hill. Let me not think of it as I go thence, that thought I cannot kill, ungovernable, that dogs my footsteps still like something real and living, which my will is powerless against. Ah, when that fence dividing the dark ridges of the hill is past, shall I not then be breathless, ill with sinking sense of ghastly things to come? Some sterner strength sustain my soul, beyond the hill the dense dead woods to pass, and then that livid length of mooning water, spectral and immense, with sullen storm and night. There, if the ghoulish wind, that knows well as I know how I have sinned, will cease to curse me in its hag-like spite, alone with all the horror of my soul, I shall behold, now this way and now that way rolled, lifeless among cramped reeds the storm has thinned, with wide white eyes, metallic in the light of the impassive moon, in gusty roll of washing ripples, webby, slippery locks, dabbling and dark, and wedged between sharp rocks, two iron fangs. whereon the lake's mad lip, pale foaming, clangs, wild pinched and water-strangled white, his murdered face, that mocks.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ashley Mere by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Come, look in the shadowy water here, the stagnant water of Ashley Mere, where the stirless depths are dark but clear. What is the thing that lies there? A lily pod, half sunk from sight? Or spawn of the toad, all water white? Or ashen blur of the moon's wan light? Or a woman's face and eyes there? Now lean to the water, a listening ear, the haunted water of Ashley Mere. What is the sound that you seem to hear in the ghostly hush of the deeps there? A withered reed that the ripple lips, or a night bird's wing that the surface whips, or the rain in a leaf that drips and drips, or a woman's voice that weeps there? Now look and listen, but not too near the lonely water of Ashley Mere. For so it happens this time each year, as you lean by the mere and listen, and the moaning voice I understand, for oft I have watched it draw to land, and lift from the water a ghastly hand, and a face whose dead eyes glisten. And this is the reason why every year to the hideous water of Ashley Mere I come when the woodland leaves are sere, and the autumn moon hangs hoary. For here by the mere was wrought a wrong, but the old, old story is overlong, and woman is weak, and man is strong, and the mere's and mine is the story.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Headless Horseman by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Phil Schempf. On the black road through the wood as I rode, there the Headless Horseman stood, by the dark pool in the wood as I rode. From the shadow of an oak as I rode, demon steed and rider broke, by the thunder-riven oak as I rode. On the wild way through the plain as I rode, at my back he whirled like rain, on the tempest-blackened plain as I rode. 4 black hoofs shod red with fire as I rode, woke the wild rocks dark and dire, eyes and nostrils streaming fire as I rode. On the deep path through the rocks as I rode, I could touch his horse's locks through the echo-hurling rocks as I rode. And again I looked behind as I rode, dark as night and swift as wind, towering he rode behind as I rode. On the steep road through the dell as I rode, far away I heard a bell in the church beyond the dell as I rode. And my soul cried out in prayer as I rode. Lo, the demon went in air when my soul called out in prayer as I rode. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Werewolf by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson.
And Faun as she. Nay, still amort, my love. Why dost thou lag?
The Strix owl cried.
Nay, 'twas yon stream that leaps hoarse from the black pines of the Hakel steeps, its moon-wild water glittering down the crag. Why so aghast, sweetheart? Why dost thou stop?
The demon huntsman passed with hooting horn.
Nay, 'twas the blind wind sweeping through the thorn around the ruins of the Dumburg's top.
My limbs are cold.
Come, warm thee in my arms.
My eyes are weary.
Rest them, love, on mine.
I am athirst.
Quench on my lips thy thirst. O dear beloved, how thy last kiss warms my blood again.
Off, how thy eyeballs shine, thou beast, thou, thus do I die accursed. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Sea Spirit by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. Ah me, I shall not waken soon from dreams of such divinity, a spirit singing neath the moon. To me, wild sea spray driven off the storm is not so wildly white as she, who beckoned with a foam-white arm to me, with eyes dark green and golden green, long locks that sparkled drippingly. Out of the green wave she did lean to me, and sang till earth and heaven were a far forgotten memory, till more than heaven seemed in her to me. Sleep sweeter than love's face or home, and death's immutability, and music of the plangent foam. Ah me, sweep over her with all thy ships, with all thy stormy tides, O sea, the memory of immortal lips and me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Vampire by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org. A lily in a twilight place, or moonflower in the lonely night? Strange beauty of a woman's face, of wildflower white. The rain that hangs a star's green ray, slim on a leaf point's restlessness, is not so glimmering green and grey as was her dress. I drew her dark hair from her eyes, and in their deeps beheld a while such shadowy moonlight as the skies of hell may smile. She held her mouth up, redly wan and burning cold. I bent and kissed such rosy snow as some wild dawn makes of a mist. God shall not take me from that hour, when round my neck her white arms clung, when 'neath my lips, like some fierce flower, her white throat swung. Nor words she murmured while she leaned, which words she holds me softly by, the spell that binds me to a fiend until I die. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Will of the Wisp by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. There in the calamus he stands, with frog-webbed feet and bat-winged hands. His glow-worm garb glints goblin-wise, and elfishly and impishly, above the gleam of owlet eyes. A death's head cap of downy dyes nods out at me and beckons me. Now in the reeds his face looks white, as witch down on a witch's night. Now through the dark old haunted mill, all eerily, all flickering, he flits and with a whip-poor will, mouth calls, and seems the syllable. Come follow me, oh follow me. Now o'er the sluggish stream he wends, a slime light at his fingers' ends. The spotted spawn the toad hath clomb, slips oozily, sucks slimily. His easy footsteps seem to come, like bubble gaspings of the scum. This side of me, that side of me. There by the stagnant pool he stands, a foxfire lamp in flickering hands. The weeds are slimy to the tread, and mockingly and gloatingly, with slanted eyes and pointed head, he leans above a face long dead, the face of me, of me, of me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Revisited by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Matthew D. Robinson. It was beneath a waning moon when all the woods were sere, and winds made eddies of the leaves that whispered far and near. I met her on the bramble bridge we parted at last year. At first I deemed her but a mist that faltered in that place, an autumn mist beneath the trees the moon's thin beams did lace, until I neared and in the moon beheld her face to face. The crinkle of the summer heat above the drouth-burnt leaves, the shimmer of the thistle drift adown the silences, the gliding of the fairy fire between the swamp and trees, all qualified her presence as a sorrow may a dream, the vague suggestion of a self, the glimmer of a gleam, the actual and unreal of the things that are and seem. Where once she came with welcome and glad eyes, all loving wise, she passed and gave no greeting that my heart could recognize, with far set face unseeing and sad unremembering eyes. It was beneath a waning moon when woods were bleak and sere, and winds made whispers of the leaves that eddied far and near. I met her ghost upon the bridge we parted at last year. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Old House by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Phil Schempf. Quaint and forgotten by an unused road, an old house stands. Around its doors the dense, rank ironweeds grow high. The chipmunks make a highway of its fence, and on its sunken flagstones newt and toad as still as lichens lie. The timid snake upon its hearth's cool sand sleeps undisturbed. The squirrel haunts its roof, and in the clapboard sides of closets, dim with many a spider woof, like the uncertain tapping of a hand, the beetle borer hides. Above its lintel, under mossy eaves, the mud wasps build their cells, and in the floor of its neglected porch the black bees nest. Through each deserted door, vague as faint phantom footsteps, steal the leaves and dropped cones of the larch. But come with me when sunset's magic old transforms this ruin, yea, transmutes this house, when windows, one by one, like age's eyes that youth's love dreams arouse, grows lairs of fire, and a mouth of gold its wide door towards the sun. Or let us wait until each rain-stained room is carpeted with moonlight, patterned oft with shadowed boughs o'erhead, and through the house the wind goes rustling soft, as might the ghost, a whisper of perfume, of some sweet girl long dead. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Forest of Dreams by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. Where was I last Friday night? Within the forest of dark dreams, following the blur of goblin light that led me over dreadful streams, whereon the scum of the spawn was spread, and the blistered slime and stagnant seams, where the weed and the moss swam black and dead, like a drowned girl's hair, and the ropey ooze, and the jack-o'-lantern light that led, flickered the foxfire trees o'erhead, and the owl-like things that airy cruise. Where was I last Friday night? Within the forest of dark dreams, following a form of shadowy white, with my own wild face, it seems. Did a raven's wing just fan my hair, or a web-winged bat brush by my face, or the hand of something I did not dare look round to see in that obscene place, where the boughs with their leaves a devil's dance, and the thorn-tree bush where the wind made moan, had more than a strange significance of life and of evil not their own. Where was I last Friday night? Within the forest of dark dreams, seeing the mists rise left and right, like the leathery fog that heaves and steams from the rolling horror of hell's red streams, while the wind that tossed in the tattered tree and danced alone with the last mad leaf, or was it the wind, kept whispering me, "Come, bury a tear with its own black grief, and its heart a fire that naught can save," and there in the darkness I seemed to see my own self digging my soul a grave. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The City of Darkness by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. Wide-walled it stands in heathen lands, beside a mystic sea, its streets strange trod of many a god and templed blasphemy. Far through the night, with light on light, it flames beside the sea, while overhead an unseen dread impends eternally. There is a sound above, around, of music by the sea, and weird and wide the torches glide of pagan revelry. There is a noise as of a voice that calls beneath the sea, and all the deep heaves as in sleep with vague expectancy. Then slowly up, as in a cup, seethes poison, swells the sea, as through black glass, wild mass on mass, the town glows fiery. Red lit, it glowers like hell's dark towers closed in the iron sea, and monster forms and awful swarms wing round it cloudily. Still overhead the unseen dread, whose shadow dyes the sea, at wrath-winged wait behind its gate, till God shall set it free. An earthquake crash, a taloned flash, and lo, from sky to sea, a sworded doom that stalks the gloom, crowned with death's agony. And where it burned, a flame inurned, blood red within the sea, the phantasm of the dread above sits in immensity. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Under Dark Skies by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. Hills rolled in woods that lair the lynx and fox, harsh fields that lean before the woods advance, as wild men fly from hunters, tossing locks, through which their eyes of yellow fire glance, great blurs of briars and lugubrious rocks, a bristling blackness, with a pool beneath, where o'er the wisp like something evil dance, and then a house like the wrecked face of death. There where the moon hangs sinister o'er parched and haggard thorns, a golden battle bow, or shield of bronze old wars have scarred and scorched. What crime hath cursed it, who shall ever know? Night only, night, with flickering flame, who torched that moment when blood branded black its sod, and in the pool a ghastly face sank slow, beneath the storm and rushing fire of God. End a poem. This recording is in the public domain. Rembrandts by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. I shall not soon forget her and her eyes, the haunts of hate, where suffering seemed to write its stealthy name, whose syllables are sighs, in strange and starless night. I shall not soon forget her and her face, so quiet, yet uneasy as a dream, that stands on tiptoe in a haunted place, and listens for a scream. She made me feel as one alone may feel, in some grand ghostly mansion of old time, the presence of a treasure walls conceal, and secret of a crime. With lambent faces mimicking the moon, the water lilies lie, dotting the darkness of the long lagoon as stars the sky. A face, the whiteness of a water flower, with pollen golden hair, and shadow half in the moonlight's glower, lifts slowly there. A young girl's face death makes mute marble of, turned to the moon and me, sad with the pathos of unspeakable love, floating to sea. One listening bent in dread of something coming, he cannot flee nor balk, a phantom footstep in the ghostly gloaming that haunts a ruined walk. Long has he given his whole heart's hard endeavor to labor dark and dawn, dreaming that love still watched his toil and ever turned kindly eyes thereon. Now in his life he feels there nears an hour, inevitable, alas, when in the darkness he shall cringe and cower, and see his dead self pass. End a poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ghosts by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. Was it the strain of the waltz that, repeating, love so bewitched me? Or only the gleam there of the lustres that set my heart beating, feeling your presence as one feels a dream? For, on a sudden, the woman of fashion, soft at my side in her diamonds and lace, vanished, and pale with reproach or with passion, you, my dead sweetheart, looked up in my face. Music, the nebulous lights, and the sifting fragrance of women made amorous the air. Born of these three in my thoughts you came drifting, clad in dim muslin, a rose in your hair. There in the waltz that followed the lancers, hard to my breast did I crush you and hold. Far through the stir and the throng of the dancers, onward I bore you as often of old. Pale were your looks, and the rose in your tresses, paler of hue than the dreams we have lost. Who, then I said, is it sees or who guesses, here in the hall, that I dance with a ghost? Gone, and the dance and the music are ended. Gone, and the rapture is turned into sighs. And on my arm, in her elegance splendid, the woman of fashion smiles up in my eyes. Had I forgotten, and did she remember? She who is dead, whom I cannot forget, she, for whose sake all my heart is an ember, covered with ashes of dreams and regret. End a poem. This recording is in the public domain.
At Midnight by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org. At midnight in the trysting wood I wandered by the waterside, when, soft as mist, before me stood my sweetheart who had died. But so unchanged was she, meseemed that I had only dreamed her dead. Glad in her eyes the lovelight gleamed, her lips were warm and red. What though the stars shone shadowy through her form as by my side she went, and by her feet no drop of dew was stirred, no blade was bent? What though through her white loveliness the wildflower dimmed, the moonlight paled? Real to my touch she was, no less than when the earth prevailed. She took my hand, my heart beat wild. She kissed my mouth, I bowed my head. Then, gazing in my eyes, she smiled. "When didst thou die?" she said. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
That Night by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Josh Kibbey. That night I sat listening, as in a swoon, with half-closed eyes, to far-off bells, low lulling as a tune that drifts and dies, beneath the flowery fingers of the June, harping to summer skies. And then I dreamed the world I knew was gone, and someone brought, leading me far o'er sainted hill and lawn, in heavenly thought, my soul where well the sources of the dawn with dew and fire fraught. Above me the majestic dome of night, with star on star, sparkled, in which one star shone blinding bright, radiant as spar that walls the halls of morning, pearly white, around her golden car. About me temples, vast in desert seas, columned a land, of ruins, bones of old monstrosities, God's awful hand had smitten, homes of dead idolatries, o'erwhelmed with dust and sand. Their bestial gods, caked thick with gems and gold, their blasphemies of beauty rent, mid ruined altars rolled, their agonies and rites abolished, and their priests of old, dust on the desert breeze. Then Syrian valleys, purple with veiling mist, meseemed I trailed, where the frail floweret by the dewdrop kissed, soft blushing quailed, and drowned in dingled deeps of amethyst, the moon-mad bulbul wailed. On glimmering wolds I seemed to hear the bleat of folded flocks. Then shepherds passed me, bare of head and feet, and then an ox, lowed, and above me swept the solemn beat of angel wings and locks. A manger then I seemed to see where bent, in adoration, above a babe, men of the Orient, where, low of station, his mother lay, while round them swam sweet scent and sounds of jubilation. And then I woke. The rose-white moon above bloomed on my sight, and in her train the stars of winter drove, light upon light, while Yuletide bells rocked, pealing peace and love down all the aisles of night. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Gramarye by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Phil Schempf. There are some things that entertain me more than men or books, and to my knowledge seem a key of poetry, made of magic lore of childhood, opening many a fabled door of superstition, mystery, and dream enchantment locked of yore. For when through dusking woods my pathway lies, often I feel old spells, as o'er me flits the bat, like some black thought that, troubled, flies round some dark purpose. Or before me cries the owl that, like an evil conscience, sits, a shadowy voice and eyes. Then, when down blue canals of cloudy snow the white moon oars her boat, and woods vibrate with crickets, lo, I hear the hautboys blow of Elfland, and when gold the fireflies glow, see where the goblins hold a fairy feat, with many a lanthorn row. Strange growths that ooze from long dead logs, and spread a creamy fungus, where the snail, uncoiled, and the fat slug feed at morn, are pixie bread, made of the yeasted dew, the lichens red. Beside these grown are meat the brownies broiled above a glowworm bed. The smears of silver on the webs that line the knuckled roots, or stretch, white woven, within the hollow stump, are stains of fairy wine, spilled on the cloth where Elfland sat to dine, when night beheld them drinking, chin to chin, on the moon's fermented shine. What but their chairs, the mushrooms on the lawn, or toadstools hidden under flower and fern, tagged with the dotting dew? With knees updrawn far as his eyes, have I not come upon Puck seated there? But scarcely round could turn, when, presto, he was gone. And so, though science from the woods hath tracked the elfin, and with prosy lights of day unhallowed all his haunts, and dulling blacked our vision, still hath beauty never lacked for seers yet, who, in some wizard way, prove fancy real as fact. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The World of Faery by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Josh Kibbey. When in the pansy-purpled stain of sunset one far star is seen, like one bright drop of rain, out of the forest deep and green, o'er me a spirit seems to lean, the fairest of her train. The spirit, dowered with fadeless youth, of lay and legend young as when, close to her side, in sooth, she led me from the marts of men, a child into her world, which then to me was true as truth. Her hair is like the silken husk that holds the corn, the gloss that glows. Her brow is white as tusk, her body is like some sweet rose, and through her gossamer raiment shows like starlight closed in musk. She smiles at me, she nods at me, and by her looks I am beguiled into the mystery of ways I knew when, as a child, she led me mid her blossoms wild of fairy fantasy. The blossoms that, when night is here, become sweet mouths that sigh soft tales, or, each a jeweled ear, leaned to the elfin dance that trails down moon-rayed cirques of haunted vales to cricket song and cheer. The blossoms that, closed up all day, primrose and poppy, darkness opes slowly to free a fay, who, silken soft, leaps forth and ropes with rain each web that, starlit, slopes between each grassy spray. The blossoms from which elves are born, sweet wombs of mingled scent and snow, whose deeps are cool as morn, wherein I oft have heard them blow their pixie trumpets silvery low as some bee's drowsy horn. So was it when my childhood roamed the woodland's dim enchanted ground, where every mushroom domed its disk for them to revel round. Each glowworm forged its flame, green drowned in hollow snow that foamed. Of lilies, for their lantern light, to lamp their dance beneath the moon, each insect of the night, that rasped its thin, vibrating tune, and owl that raised its sleepy croon, made music for their flight. So is it still when twilight fills my soul with childhood's memories, that haunt the far-off hills, and people with dim things the trees, with fairy forms that no man sees, and dreams that no man kills. Then all around me sway and swing the puck lights of their firefly train, their elfin revelling, and in the bursting pods that rain their seeds around my steps, again I hear their footsteps ring. The fairy feet that fall once more within my way, and then I see, as oft I saw before, her spirit rise, who shimmeringly fills all my world with poetry, the loveliness of yore. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
There Are Fairies by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Matthew D. Robinson. There are fairies, bright of eye, who the wildflower's warders are, elves that chase the firefly, elves that ride the shooting star, fays who in a cobweb lie, swinging on a moonbeam bar, or who harness bumblebees, grumbling on the clover leas, to a blossom or a breeze. That's their fairy car. If you care, you too may see, there are fairies. Verily, there are fairies. There are fairies, I could swear I have seen them busy where roses loose their scented hair, in the moonlight weaving, weaving, out of starlight and the dew, glinting gown and shimmering shoe, or within a glowworm lair, from the dark earth slowly heaving mushrooms whiter than the moon, on whose tops they sit and croon, with their grig-like mandolins, to fair fairy ladykins, leaning from the window-sill of a rose or daffodil, listening to their serenade all of cricket music made. Follow me, oh follow me, ho, away to fairy, where your eyes like mine may see there are fairies. Verily, there are fairies. There are fairies, elves that swing in a wild and rainbow ring through the air, or mount the wing of a bat to courier news to the fairy king and queen. Fays who stretch the gossamers on which twilight hangs the dews, who within the moonlight sheen whispers dimly in the ears of the flowers words so sweet that their hearts are turned to musk and to honey, things that beat in their veins of gold and blue. Elves that shepherd moths of dusk, soft of wing and grey of hue, forth to pasture on the dew. There are fairies, verily, verily, for the old owl in the tree, hollow tree, he who maketh melody for them tripping merrily, told it me. There are fairies, verily, there are fairies. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
On Midsummer Night by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. All the poppies in their beds nodding crumpled crimson heads, and the larkspurs in whose ears twilight hangs, like twinkling tears, sleepy jewels of the rain, all the violets that strain, eyes of amaranthine gleam, and the clover blooms that dream with pink baby fists closed tight. They can hear upon this night, noiseless as the moon's white light, footsteps and the glimmering flight, shimmering flight of the fairies. Every sturdy 4 o'clock in its variegated frock, every slender sweet pea too in its hood of pearly hue, every primrose pale that dozes by the wall and slow uncloses a sweet mouth of dewy dawn in a little silken yawn. On this night of silvery sheen they can see the fairy queen on her palfrey white, I ween, tread dim cirques of haunted green, moonlit green with her fairies. Never a foxglove bell you see that's a cradle for a bee, never a lily that's a house where the butterfly may drowse, never a rosebud or a blossom that unfolds its honeyed bosom to the moth that nestles deep and there sucks itself to sleep, but can hear and also see on this night of witchery all that world of faery, all that world where airily, merrily trip the fairies. It was last Midsummer Night, in the moon's uncertain light, that I stood among the flowers, and in language unlike ours heard them speaking of the pixies, trolls and gnomes and water nixies, how in this flower's ear a fay hung a gem of rainy day, and round that flower's throat had set dim a dewdrop carcanet. Then among the mignonette stretched a cobweb hammock, wet, dewy wet for the fairies. Long I watched, but never a one, Ariel, Puck, or Oberon, Mab, or Queen Titania, fairest of them all, they say, clad in morning-glory hues, did I glimpse among the dews. Only once I thought the torch of that elfin rogue and arch Robin Goodfellow, afar flashed along a woodland bar, bright, a jack-o'-lantern star, a green lamp of firefly spar, glowworm spar, loved of fairies. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Dance of the Fairies by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. On the glimmering coppice from her shadowy hair, long silvery poppies of moon-litten air, the night hath flung there. In the fern-frongled hollow the fireflies stream, uncertainly follow, with lanterns of gleam, some spirit or dream. The forest is fragrant, the night hazes swirl, and trail through the vagrant deep ferns that unfurl faint footsteps of pearl. From hill and from valley, where the moon is at home, from rocks musically, where singing streams comb wild stresses of foam, with a ripple and twinkle of luminous arms, and footfalls that twinkle the darkness in swarms of flower-like forms. We speed to the revel, from bloom and from briar, with locks that dishevel, and feet like the fire, winged wild with desire. Like the wind on the mountain, we circle and dance, like the foam of the fountain that sings of romance, we glimmer and glance. Swift, swift we go swinging down the slanted moonbeam, in spirals faint flinging a rainbow-rayed gleam, on sward and on stream. You may hear like a murmur the swirl of our hair, our footfall no firmer than leaves on the air when branches blow bare. To men who are favoured in spiritual wise, whose hearts have not quavered, to see us we rise, and doff all disguise. Come away then, come hither, in the moon-blossom night, ere the star-flowers wither, and morning, the white, reaps, mows them with light. Come hither, where singing sounds softer than tears, or kisses sweet clinging, or music one hears with memory's ears. Come join us, whose kisses are waiting for you. Come, catch at our tresses, and dance through the dew. Come away and pursue. Come, come to the coppice, the violent ridge, the torrent whose top is a rainbow, a bridge we tread like the midge. Come, mortal, come hither, Come dance with your dreams, ere the golden spark wither of the glowworm that gleams like a star in still streams. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Changeling by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Nichalia. In the night I heard the sea, saw the round moon, white as wool, or a bloom in fairy, rise above the hawthorn tree, white and wonderful, weird and wonderful. Through the door there came to me breezy whispers, fragrant as wafts that rock the honey-bee, cradled sweet in Arcady, in the bluebelled grass, in the rose-strewn grass. Then I saw them, suddenly, 3 red caps against the moon, and 3 voices whispered me, "We have come to dance for thee, sing for thee a tune, sing an elfin tune." They were fairies, fairies 3, nearer to my crib they drew, singing all the time to me, till mine eyes closed dreamily, closed and not I knew, and no more I knew. While I slept I heard the 3 whispering round my baby there, white as moonlit ivory, in its crib of ebony, all my joy and care, all my love and care. Now I sit here, as you see, and my heart is all bereft, sighing, singing wearily, to this strange thing on my knee, this wild thing they left, changeling that they left. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Elf Queen by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. You ask me why I wandered wide, when summer sighed o'er dying June, to see the fairy people ride beneath the moon. Wild poppies hedged a hawthorn copse, where glowworms hung dim lamps of gold. A sudden whisper bowed their tops, and then behold! Between the poppies in the mead I saw the fairies riding down, one fair-faced fairy in the lead, crowned with a crown. The night was ringing with their reins, so loud the cricket hushed its song. Bells up and down their horses' manes swung sweet along, and whistles that took all the wind with music when they shook their manes, so that the fields before, behind, rang with sweet strains. And as their bridles chiming swung, the night seemed cured of every qualm, and my sick heart, so wild of tongue, was almost calm. The steeds they rode were fairy steeds, of filmy form and gossamer green, and every elf was clad in weeds of silken sheen. Above, a beam of silver light beat time to their wild fairy tune, and danced and glanced in elfin white, not of the moon. They were so small the harebells blue had helmeted each tiny head, save that fay, who tall as 2 the fairies led. Dark tresses floated from a tire of diamond sparks that snapped with light, and all her white sark seemed of fire, shimmering the night. I would have thrown me at her feet, and told her of my grief and pain, and she perhaps had helped me meet my love again. Alas, a cock crew far away, a long-necked cry, and swift as thought the Elf Queen and her company passed into naught. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Song of the Elf by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Where the poppies with their shields sentinel forced in the harvest fields, in the bell of a blossom fair to see, there I stall the bumblebee, my good stud. There I stable him and hold, harness him with hairy gold. There I ease his burly back of the honey in its sack, filched from bloom and bud. Where the glowworm lights its lamp, there I lie, where above the grasses damp moths go by. Now within the fussy brook, where the waters wind and crook round the rocks, I go sailing down the gloom, straddling light a wisp of broom. Or beneath the owlet moon trip it to the cricket's tune, tossing back my locks. Ere the crowfoot on the lawn lifts its head, or the glowworm's light be gone, dim and dead in a cobweb hammock, I swing between two ferns and lie hid away, where the drowsy musk rose blows and a sleepy runnel flows. In the land of Faery, there I rock, where none can see, all the summer day. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
An Elf Swashbuckler by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Nichalia. Ho, my bullies, lift a tune to Queen Mab, and come, make merry, by a mushroom in the moon, white as bud of berry. Gentlemen, come, take your grog, each one in his cap and mantlet. Who refuses is a dog, he must lift my gantlet. Look, my gabardine, how brave, and my tunic, oafen yellow, one a batwings lately gave, and a frog its fellow. And a moth's head grew this fine feather of my beetle bonnet. See my gnat-sting daggers shine, hath its blood still on it. Faith, this ring I wear, I swear 'twas Queen Mab who gave it, studded, as you see, with rubies rare, eyes of spiders blooded. Doubt me, sirs, and by my blade, sirrah's a good stabbing hanger. From a hornet's stinger made, you may dread my anger. Fill the lichen pottles up, honey pressed from hearts of roses, cheek by jowl, up with each cup, till we hide our noses. Good sirs, marry, 'twas the cock, hey away, the moon's lost fire. Ho, the cock, our dial and clock, hide beneath this briar. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
On the Eve of St. John by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Scandinavian. Dizzily round on the elf hills, white in the mellow moonlight, to a sweet, unholy, ravishing sound of wizard voices from underground, their mazy dance the elle-maids wound on St. John's Eve. Beautiful white, like a wreath of mist, by the starbeams kissed, their frail, sweet faces bloomed out of the night with floating tresses of firefly light that puffed like foam to the left and the right on St. John's Eve. Fitfully there they danced like the daughters of starlit waters, but I saw what a mockery all of them were, with their hollow bodies, when the moonlit air rayed out of their eyes with a glowworm glare on St. John's Eve. I turned my feet to the river's banks. In the rush flowers' ranks I heard the Necken their songs repeat, a music all made of the water's beat, of moss and of whispering winds that meet on St. John's Eve. They called my name, and I saw them there, in their beauty rare, on the moonlit waves whence the music came, with their harps of gold and their locks of flame, blown over pale brows, sans sin or blame, on St. John's Eve. 'Twas nearing morn when I turned me home, and a wizened gnome, a nis all grey with flailing the corn, and strong with the scent of byre and barn, scowled at me under the haunted thorn on St. John's Eve. To end it all, as I passed the hill by the ruined mill, the hill rose up on pillars tall, crimson pillars that ranked a hall, where the dwarfs and the trolls were holding a ball on St. John's Eve. One reached to me a goblet of gold of a vintage old, and I drank and mixed with their mirth and glee, and danced with them for an hour maybe. But they tell me now 'tis a year, you see, since St. John's Eve.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Nixies by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Deep down beneath the waves, great emerald curving caves, dark domed above it. Dim walled with pearl and gold, glimmers their city old. Hast thou heard of it? Where through the long green nights the spangling spars twinkle like misty stars, where the wind ripple rays and the white water sprays over the rocks, sitting they comb their hair, singing with fingers fair, braiding their locks, while round their loveliness of naked limbs the moon's gold glamour swims. Or on some stormy night, seen through the glow-worm light, haunting the sands, thou canst behold them drift wild through the foam, and lift pale arms and hands, or in the lightning's leap along the lake dance in the tempest's wake, singing, "Come join our dance, come, while the lightnings glance." Or when the moon spills all her flowers of light at the dark feet of night, and soon, ah soon, within our shadowy halls thou shalt forget earth's fever and its fret.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Water Fairy by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Stars above her, stars beneath, white she rose, as white as death, where the waters glassed the splendor of 1,000,000 stars, twinkling where the lilies slender rocked above the ripple bars. Slow she oared a shining shoulder to a blossom-crested boulder, with slim fingers, long and milky, from the wave and water lilies. Up the rock she drew her silky beauty, wild as any rill is, flashing from a hilly height. Sitting dripping in the night, sweet she sang unto the lilies, sang unto the listening lilies, till arose the wool-white moon in the silken hush of heaven. Then she wreathed her brow with 7 lily buds, all sweet with June, belted, wreathed with lilies 7. Then again upon the boulder, dark locks on a milk-white shoulder, wild she sang, a wilder ditty to the wool-white moon, to the lilies and the moon. Beautiful and without pity, sang and sang an elfin tune, till a youth who wandered far saw her sitting like a star, heard her singing to the moon, found her sitting starry white on the flower-crested boulder, dark locks on a milky shoulder in the low moon's lilied light, 'neath the wool-white moon. And the creature wrapped her hair round his white throat, sitting there, singing, smiled into his eyes, while she wrapped her raven hair slowly round his throat, and then laughed and whispered to the skies, kissed him once and then again, smiled and left him stark and strangled in the water lilies tangled, staring up with open eyes at the moon with open eyes.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Morning-Glories by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. They swing from the garden trellis in aerial airy ease, and their aromatic honey is sought by the earliest bees. The rose, it knows their secret, and the jessamine also knows. And the rose told me the secret that the jessamine told the rose. And the jessamine said, at midnight, ere the red cock woke and crew, the fays of Queen Titania came here to bathe i' the dew. And the yellow moonlight glistened on braids of elfin hair, and fairy feet on the flowers fell lighter than any air. And their petticoats, gay as bubbles, they hung up, every one, on the Morning-Glories tendrils, till their moonlight bath were done. But the barn-cock crew too early, and the fairies fled in fear, leaving their petticoats, one and all, like blossoms hanging here.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Gladiolus by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org. As tall as the lily, as rich as the rose, and deep as the bloom of the hollyhock, they lift their blossoms in furbelows of flame that the warm winds rock. And some are red as the hummingbird's throat, and some are pied as the butterfly's wings, and each is shaped like an elfin coat, or a goblin cap that swings. Freaked with fire or red as blood, they nod at me in my garden old, each flower a pixie helm or hood, lace-lined with fairyland gold. For you know the goblins that come at dusk, whose firefly eyes you have seen, each one, when is sprinkled the dew and scattered the musk, hangs here his cap when done. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Tiger Lily by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Lucy Park. Tall in his tawny turban, a sultan mid his bands, in my garden old and urban, the tiger lily stands. The poppies there that glisten, whose gaudy garments glow, are uniques who guard and listen round his seraglio. Of roses myrrhed and musky, some whiter than a dove, and others deep and dusky, his odalisks of love. Circassian white and slender, his dancing girls and slaves, to the august lilies tender, his haughty hand he waves. While he watches them, nothing missing, in her bower of bloom on high, his favorite rose is kissing, a Bedonian butterfly. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Moth, the Rose, and the Pink by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org. White as snow I saw it sink on the pungent petaled pink through the moonlit dusk. Moth or fairy, or who knows, ghost perhaps of some dead rose mid the rose's musk. Then it seemed I heard a sweet tinkle as of elfin feet underneath the blooms, where one rose hung desolate, sick of heart and filled with hate, dead with its perfumes. Thou, for whom I died today, so I seemed to hear it say, listen, lovely pink, vampire-like, unto thy heart now I send, through my white art, my pale ghost to drink. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Glamour by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Foon. With fall on fall, from wood to wood, the brook pours mossy music down. Or is it in the solitude the murmur of a fairy town? A town of elfland filled with bells and holiday of hurrying feet, or traffic now, whose small sound swells, now sinks from busy street to street. Whose folk I often recognize in winged things that hover round, who to men's eyes assume disguise when on some fairy errand bound. The bee that haunts the touch-me-not, big-bodied, making braggart din, is elfin brother to that sot, Jack Falstaff of the Boar's Head Inn. The dragonfly, whose wings of black are mantle for his garb of green, is ancient to this other Jack, another pistol, long and lean. The butterfly, in royal tints, is Hal, mad Hal in cloth of gold, who passes these as once that prince passed his companion's boon of old. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Faery Morris by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Foon. The winds are whist, and hid in mist the moon hangs o'er the wooded height. The bushy bee, with unkempt head, hath made the sunflower's disk his bed, and sleeps half hid from sight. The owlet makes us melody, come dance with us in fairy, come dance with us tonight. The dew is damp, the glow-worm's lamp blurs in the moss its tawny light. The great grey moth sinks, half asleep, where in an elfin laundered heap the lily gowns hang white. The crickets make us minstrelsy, come dance with us in fairy, come dance with us tonight. With scents of heat, dew-chilled and sweet, the new-cut hay smells by the bite. The ghost of some dead pansy bloom, the butterfly seems in the gloom, its pied wings folded tight. The world is drowned in fantasy, come dance with us in fairy, come dance with us tonight. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Little People by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Foon. When the lily nods in slumber, and the roses are all sleeping, when the night hangs deep and umber, and the stars their watch are keeping, when the clematis uncloses like a hand of snowy fire, and the golden-lipped primroses to the tiger moth's desire, each a mouth of musk unpuckers, silken pouts of scented sweetness, which they sip with honeysuckers. Shod with hush and winged with fleetness, you may see the little people round and round the drowsy steeple of a belfried hollyhock, clad in flocks and 4 o'clock, gay of gown and pantaloon, dancing by the glimmering moon, till the cock, the long-necked cock, crows them they must vanish soon. When the cobweb is a cradle for the dreaming dew to sleep in, and each blossom is a ladle that the perfumed rain lies deep in, when the flaming fireflies scribble darkness as with lines flame tragic, and the night seems some dim sibyl speaking gold or warding magic, silent syllabled and golden, capped with snapdragon and hooded with the sweet pea, vague beholden, you may see the little people underneath the sleepy steeple of a towering mullein stalk, trip it over moss and rock to the owlet's elvish tune, and the tree-toad's gnome bassoon, till the cock, the barnyard cock, crows them, they must vanish soon. When the wind upon the water seems a boat of ray and ripple, that some fairy moonbeam daughter steers with sails that drift and dripple, when the sound of grig and cricket, ever singing, ever humming, seems a goblin in the thicket on his elfin viol strumming, when the toadstool, coned and milky, heaves a roof for snails to clamber, thistle down and milkweed silky, with loose locks of jade and amber, you may see the little people underneath the pixie steeple of a domed mushroom flock, quaint in wildflower vest and frock, whirling by the waning moon to the whippoorwill's weird tune, till the cock, the far-off cock, crows them, they must vanish soon. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Sea King by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Phil Schempf. In green sea caverns dim, deep down, foam-bearded, grey and grim beneath his crown, he sits where sea things swim and dead men frown. In green sea caverns dim deep down, around him mermaids sing, foam-clad, and comb long locks and cling, and sing so sad their song's wild murmuring drives mortals mad. Around him mermaids sing, foam-clad. There vast the sea snakes lair and yawn, great bulks cloud by, and there huge shells and spawn, weird weeds, fantastic fair, drift scarlet wan. There vast sea snakes lair and yawn, of wrecks of ships and hulls and bones, sunk gold the water dulls, and precious stones, anchors, and dead men's skulls, he builds gaunt thrones, of wrecks of ships and hulls and bones. Men's tears are dear to him, deep down, set in the foamy rim of his pale crown, their pearled sorrows swim above his frown. Men's tears are dear to him, deep down. For him no tempests sweep, and sever the league-long waves that leap. The sun shines never, in caverns vast and deep he sits forever. For him no tempests sweep, never, ah, never. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Nereid by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Phil Schempf. I saw one night a Nereid white arise from her coral caves. Her sea-green curls were pale with pearls, and her limbs were veiled with the waves. Through the moonlit foam I saw her come up the billow-haunted shore, and faint and sweet I heard her feet, foam-like, through the surf's long roar, while ever the wind and rolling waves kept time to her song of ocean caves, that she sang to her harp of mist and moon, of moonbeam shell, this ocean tune. Come follow, to caverns hollow, that sound with the sighing sea. Come follow me o'er the water's hoar, come away with me. Come follow, oh follow, to grottos hollow, and caves that are ocean whist, where the seaweeds twine, and the starfish shine, and the rosy corals twist. Come follow me home on the wandering foam that rolls my world above. My bosom shall bear thee safely where the sea nymphs dream of love. They will lie at thy feet, and thy heart shall beat to the music of their sighs. They will lean to thy face, and like stars thou shalt trace their radiant, love-lit eyes. Come away, where under the spray the haliotis glows, the nautilus gleams, and the sponge grove dreams, and the crimson dulse like sunset streams, and the coral forest grows. Come away to my caves, my emerald caves, from the moon and the sun deep hid. Forget the world down under the waves, the world of man that sighs and slaves. Forget the world there under the waves, in the arms of a Nereid. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Mermaid by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Matthew D. Robinson. The moon in the east was glowing when I sought the moaning sea. The winds from the sea were blowing, and they brought strange dreams to me. The waves at my feet were breaking, the stars in the sky were wan, and I watched a white mist making for the shore and glimmering on. And was it a sound of wailing that the sea wind bore to me? Did I hear a footstep trailing, or was it a wave of the sea? The night hung pale above me, upon her starry throne, and a voice said, "Youth, come love me, for my heart for thee makes moan." And out of the mist came slipping a mermaid tall and fair, her limbs with sea-dew dripping, and moonlight in her hair. Her locks with the salt sea dripping, she wrung with a snowy hand. Her gown hung thinly clipping, her breasts the sea wind fanned. A mort from the sea came speeding, this creature samite clad, and my heart for her was bleeding, but its beating I forbade. On the strand where the sand was rocking, she stood and sang an air, and the winds in her hair kept locking their fingers cool and bare. Soft in her arms did she fold me, and evermore she moaned, while her love and her grief she told me, and the ocean sighed and groaned. But I stilled my heart's wild beating, for I knew her love was dim. Oh, cold was my greeting, though my love burnt in each limb. To her bosom white she pressed me, with arms of foam and mist. With her arms and her lips caressed me, and smiled in my eyes and kissed. But ever I kept repeating, "A mermaid false is she." And cold, oh cold was my greeting, though the heart beat wild in me. To my ears she laid her sighing sweet mouth like a rosy shell. Her arms round my neck were lying, and her bosom rose and fell. With her kisses soft did she woo me, but I hushed my heart's wild beat. With her lips and her eyes did she sue me, but met in my own defeat. With the cloud of her sea-dipped tresses she veiled her beautiful face, and oh, how I longed for her kisses, and sighed for her soft embrace. But out in the mist she went wailing, when dawn besilvered the night, her robes of samite trailing the foam flowers sad and white. Like a spirit lost went sighing in the twilight over the sea, and it seemed the night was crying, or was it the heart in me? Then she turned to me and, weeping, faded into the night, and I saw the wild waves leaping under the haunted height. I heard a far-off sobbing, a sound of agony. Oh, was it the ocean throbbing, or was it the heart in me? But I hushed my heart's wild beating with, "A mermaid false is she," while ever I kept repeating, "Would she'd return to me?" Oh, heart so full of yearning for a loveliness that's gone, a beauty unreturning, be still, or break with dawn. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Children of the Moon by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Lucy Park. Tonight, perhaps, after the rain is done, led by a moonbeam or the flickering torch, the firefly flares amid the loneliness, the hereditary loneliness of the trees. I too may see, as sees the star that peeps, through interlacing boughs the toadstools heave, their white roofs through the ferns like goblin huts, an elfin town, and squatting on their tops, punch-bellied things, peak-kneed, their knees updrawn, to perpendicular eyes of glowworm flame, and arms akimbo in the light of the moon. Watching the dewdrops tag the toadstool's rims, or from the mushroom roll the orbed rain, or where the tall weed drips and spunkwood smells make musty underwoods slim woodland imps, snail-eyed, frog-footed, oust the sleeping bees from rocking cradles of the wildflower's bells, bell-frying with foxglove purple on moonbeam space. On the road in the April wood, under the oaks I stopped and stood, watching the mold that steadily heaved the soft loose clay of its barrow. The oaks above were auburn-leaved, and near me bloomed the yarrow, when down from a leaf a grey snail fell, its long-stilled eyes thrust out of its shell. And I thought, this colour is worn of the face, whose fashion runs to dimmish greys. A snail-brown tunic each elfin eunuch wears in the harem the elfin king keeps, and a snail-grey gown each fairy clown dons when the elf dance whirls and leaps in the light of the moon on the upland down, a snail-shell house for his elfin spouse. Each elfin builds by the snail-white moon, where his fairykin love he boards and beds, under dandelions' wisp-white heads, wherever he pipes his crooked tune. The sphinx moth clothed in downy hues, in woolly whites and fawns and blues, goes fluttering through the evening dews. Above the nicotiana's blooms, narcotic horns it waves its plumes, made drowsy with the drugged perfumes. It seems some fairy queen who goes, mid trumpets lifted in long rows of white whereon the elf world blows. Attendant and triumphant strains of fragrance greeting her who reigns, who takes the air in fairy lanes of flowers that the moonlight stains. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Motive in Gold and Grey by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Tonight he sees their star bead, dewy bright, deep in the pansy Eve hath made for it, low in the west, a placid purple lit at its far edge with warm auroral light. Love's planet hangs above a cedared height, and there in shadow like gold music writ of dusk's dark fingers, skill like fireflies flit now up, now down the balmy bars of night. How different from that eve a year ago, which was a stormy flower in the hair of dolorous day, whose sombre eyes looked blurred into night's sibyl face, and saw the woe of parting here, and imaged a despair, as now a hope caught from a homing word. She came unto him, as the springtime does, unto the land where all lies dead and cold, until her rosary of days is told, and beauty, prayer-like, blossoms where death was. Nature divined her coming. Yea, the dusk seemed thinking of that happiness. Behold, no cloud it had to blot its marigold moon, great and golden, or the slopes of musk, whereon the earth's voice made music, tree and stream lilting the same low lullaby again, to coax the wind who romped among the hills all day, when through the moonlight of the locust lane she came, as spring comes through her daffodils. White as a lily moulded of earth's milk, that eve the moon bloomed in a hyacinth sky. Soft in the gleaming glens the wind went by, faint as a phantom clothed in unseen silk. Bright as a naiad's limbs, from shine to shade the runnel twinkled through the shaken briar. Above the hills one long cloud pulsed with fire, flashed like a great enchantment welded blade, and when the western sky seemed some weird land, and night a witch's spell, at whose command one sloping star fell green from heaven, and deep the warm rose opened for the moth to sleep. Then she, consenting, laid her hands in his, and lifted up her lips for their first kiss. There where they part the porch's steps are strewn with wind-dropped petals of the purple vine. Athwart the porch the shadow of a pine cleaves the white moonlight, and like some calm rune heaven says to earth, shines the majestic moon. And now a meteor draws a lilac line across the welkin, as if God would sign the perfect poem of this night of June. The woodwind stirs the flowering chestnut tree, whose curving blossoms strew the glimmering grass like crescents that wind-wrinkled waters glass. And like a moonstone in a frill of flame, the dewdrop trembles in the peony, as in a lover's heart his sweetheart's name. In after years shall she stand here again in heart regretful, and with lonely sighs think on that night of love, and realize whose was the fault whence grew the parting pain. And in her soul, persuading still in vain, shall doubt take shape, and all its old surmise bid darker phantoms of remorse arise, trailing the raiment of a dead disdain. Masks unto whom shall her avowal yearn, with looks clairvoyant, seeing how each is a different form, with eyes and lips that burn into her heart with love's last look and kiss. And ere they pass shall she behold them turn to her face, which evermore is his. In after years shall he remember how dawn had no breeze sweeter as her murmured name, and day no sunlight that availed the same as her bright smile or beauty of her brow. Nor had the conscious twilight's golds and grays her soul's allurement that was free from blame, nor dusk's advances, soft with starry flame, more young bewitchment than her own sweet ways. Then as the night with moonlight and perfume and dew and darkness qualifies the whole dim world with glamour, shall the past with dreams that were the love theme of their lives illume the present with remembered hours, with gleams long lost to him that bring them soul to soul. No, not for her and him that part, the might-have-beens, sad consolation, where had bent haply in prayer and patience penitent, both, though apart, before no blown-out light, the otherwise of fate for them, when white lilacs bloom again, and innocent spring comes with beauty for her testament, singing the praises of the day and night, when orchards blossom and the distant hill is pale with haw-trees as a ridge with mist. The moon shall see him where a watch he keeps by her young form that lieth white and still, with lidded eyes and passive wrist on wrist, while by her side he bows himself and weeps. What pain for him to see the blooms appear of haw and dogwood in the spring again, the primrose dragging with its weight of rain, and hill-sloped orchards swarming far and near, to see the old fields that her steps made dear grow green with deepening plenty of the grain, yet feel how this excess of life is vain, how vain to him, since she no more is here. What though the woodland burgeon, water flow like a rejoicing harp beneath the boughs, the catbird and the oriole arouse day with the impulsive music of their love? Beneath the graveyard sod she will not know, nor what his heart is all too conscious of. How blessed is he who, gazing in the tomb, can yet behold beneath the investing mask of mockery, whose horror seems to ask sphinx riddles of the soul within the gloom. Upon dead lips no dust of love's dead bloom, and in dead hands no shards of faith's writ flask, but Hope, who still stands at her starry task, weaving the web of promise on her loom. Thrice blessed, who though he hear the tomb proclaim how all is death's and life death's other name, can yet reply, O grave, these things are yours, but that is left which life indeed assures, love through whose touch I shall arise the same, love of whose self was wrought the universe. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Intimations by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Is it uneasy moonlight on the restless field that stirs, or wild white meadow blossoms the night wind bends and blurs? Is it the dolorous water that sobs in the wood and sighs, or heart of an ancient oak tree that breaks and sighing dies? The wind is vague with the shadows that wander in no man's land. The water is dark with the voices that weep on the unknown strand. O ghosts of the winds that call me, O ghosts of the whispering waves, sad as forgotten flowers that die upon nameless graves. What is this thing you tell me in tongues of a twilight trace, of death with the vanished features mantled of my own face? The old enigmas of the deathless dawns, and riddles of the all-immortal eves, that still o'er Delphic lawns speak as the gods spoke through oracular leaves. I read with new-born eyes, remembering how a slave they buried me, a living sacrifice, once in a dead king's grave, or crowned with hyacinth and helichrys, how towards the altar in the marble gloom, hearing the Magadis dirge through the pale Amaracine perfume, mid chanting priests I trod, with never a sigh or pause, to give my life to pacify a god and save my country's cause. Again, Cyrenian roses on wild hair, and oil and purple smeared on breasts and cheeks, how with mad torches there, reddening the cedars of Cithaeron's peaks, with gesture and fierce glance, lascivious Maenad bands once drew and slew me in the Pyrrhic dance, with bacchanalian hands. The music now that lays dim lips against my ears, some far-off thing it says unto my soul, of years long passed into the haze of tears. Meseems before me are the dark eyes of a queen of Issachar. I seem to see her lean more lovely than a star of mien. A slave, I stand before her jeweled throne. I kneel, and in a song once more my love for her reveal, how once I did adore I feel. Again her dark eyes gleam, again her red lips smile, and in her face the beam of love that knows no guile, and so she seems to dream awhile. Out of her deep hair then a rose she takes, and I am made a god mid men, her rose that here did lie when I in the wild beast's den did die. Old paintings on its wainscot, and in its oaken hall old arras, and the twilight of sorrow over all. Old grandeur on its stairways, and in its haunted rooms old souvenirs of greatness and ghosts of dead perfumes. The winds are phantom voices around its carven doors, the moonbeams spectre footsteps upon its polished floors. Old cedars build around it a solitude of sighs, and the old hours pass through it with immemorial eyes. But more than this I know not, nor where the house may be, nor what its ancient secret and ancient grief to me. It seems my soul remembers, of which this house is part, once in a former lifetime 'twas here I broke my heart. In eons of the senses my spirit knew of yore, I found the Isle of Circe and felt her magic lore, and still the soul remembers what I was once before. She gave me flowers to smell of that wizard branches bore, of weird and wondrous beauty, whose stems dripped human gore. Their scent when I remember I know that world once more. She gave me fruits to eat of that grew beside the shore of necromantic ripeness, with human flesh at core. Their taste when I remember, I know that life once more. And then behold, a serpent that glides my face before, with eyes of tears and fire that glare me o'er and o'er. I look into its eyeballs and know myself once more. I have looked in the eyes of poesy, and sat in song's high place, and the beautiful spirits of music have spoken me face to face. Yet here in my soul there is sorrow that never can name or trace. I have walked with the glamour of gladness, and dreamed with the shadow sleep, and presences, love, and knowledge have smiled in my heart's red keep. Yet here in my soul there is sorrow for the depth of their gaze, too deep. The love and the hope God grants me, the beauty that lures me on, and the dreams of folly and wisdom that thoughts of the spirit don, are but masks of an ancient sorrow, of a life long dead and gone. Was it sin, or a crime forgotten, of a love that loved too well, that sat on a throne of fire 1,000 years in hell, that the soul with its nameless sorrow remembers but cannot tell? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Self and Soul by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. It came to me in my sleep, and I rose in my sleep and went out in the night to weep, out where the trees were bent. With my soul it seemed I stood alone in a wind-swept wood, and my soul said, gazing at me, I will show you another land, different from that you see. And I took into hers my hand. We passed from the wood to a heath, as starved as the ribs of death. There every leaf and the grass was a thorn or a thistle hoar. The rocks rose mass on mass, black bones on an iron moor. And my soul said, looking at me, the past of your life you see. And a swineherd passed with his swine, deformed with the face of an owl. 2 eyes of a wolfish shine burned under his eyebrows foul. And my soul said, this is the lust that soils my beauty with dust. Then a goosewife hobbled by on a crutch, with the devil's geese a-mumbling that God is a lie, and cursing the world without cease. And my soul said, this is unfaith, who maketh me that which she saith. Then we came to a garden, close to a hollow of graves and tombs, a garden as red as a rose, hung over of obscene glooms. The heart of each rose was a spark that smouldered or glared in the dark. And I was aware of a girl with a wild rose face, who came with a mouth like a shell-split pearl, rose-clad in a robe of flame. And she plucked the roses and gave, and I was her veriest slave. She vanished. My lips would have kissed the flowers she gave me with sighs, but they writhed from my hands and hissed. In their hearts were a serpent's eyes. And my soul said, pleasure is she, the joys of the flesh you see. Then I bowed with a heart too weary, that longed to rest, to sleep. And it seemed in the darkness dreary I heard my sad heart weep, and my soul to the silence say, O God, for the break of day. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Old House by the Mere by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. 5 rotting gables look upon a garden rank with flowers and weeds. Old iron gates on posts of stone, from which the grass-grown roadway leads. 5 rotting gable points appear above bleak yews and cedars sad, beneath which lies the sleepy mere, in lazy lilies clad. At morn the slender dragonfly, a living ray of light, darts past. The burly bee comes charging by, winding a surly blast. At noon amid the fervid leaves the insects quarrel, harsh and hot. In bitter briars the spider weaves a web with silver shot. At eve the hermit cricket rears a plaintive prayer, and creaks and creaks. The bat, like some winged elfin, veers beneath the sunset's streaks. The caterpillar gnaws the leaf, the mottled toad croaks drowsily, and then the owl, like some dark grief, cries in the old beech tree. At night the blistering dew comes down, and lies as white as autumn frost. Upon the green, upon the brown, you'd think each bush a ghost. The crescent moon sheaths its white sword within a cloud, and grey with fear one large blue star keeps stealthy guard above the house and mere. The livid lilies rotting lie on oozy beds of weltering leaves. The will-o'-wisps go flickering by, and then the water heaves, and like some monstrous blossom there, a maiden's corpse with staring eyes, and naked breast, and raven hair, slow in the mere doth rise. And when the clock of some far town knells midnight in that house of sins, in haunted chambers up and down the dance of death begins, and stiff, stiff silks sweep rustling, and stately satins none may see, and then soft sounds of music ring in wildest melody. And through the halls the demon dance whirls onward, and dark corridors resound with song, and feet that glance along the falling floors. Then suddenly, as if in fear, the music ends, the dance is done, and booming over house and mere, a far-off clock strikes one.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
In an Old Garden by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. The autumn glory fades upon the withered trees, and over all the dead leaves fall and whisper in the breeze. The violets are dead, and dead the hollyhocks that hang like rags by the wind-crushed flags and tiger lily stalks. The wild gourd clambers free where the clematis was wont, where nenuphars bloomed thick as stars, rank weeds fill up the fount. Yet, as in dreams I hear a tinkling mandolin in the dark blue light of a fragrant night float in and out and in, till the dewy vine that climbs to a casement's lattice sways, and behind the vine, like stars that shine, two dark eyes gleam and gaze. And now a perfume comes, a swift Favonian gust, and the shriveled grass where it doth pass bows worshipping to the dust. I seem to see her drift from tree to moonlit tree, in her jeweled shawl, divinely tall, a mist of drapery. And one awaits her there, by the broken Psyche old, and there they stand, pale hand in hand, her thin wrists hooped with gold. But a wind sweeps overhead, and the frosty leaves are strewn, and nothing is there but a bough blown bare, and the light of the ghostly moon. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Haunted Room by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Its casements diamond-disked with glass look down upon a terrace old, where urns unkempt with ragged grass foam o'er with hoary cold. The snow rounds out each stair of stone, the frozen fount is hooped with pearl, down desolate walks like phantoms blown, thin powdery snow wreaths whirl. And to each rose tree's stem that bends with silvery snow combs glued with frost, it seems each summer rosebud sends its airy, scentless ghost. A stiff Elizabethan pile, with bleakness chattering in its panes, where, rumbling down each chimney file, the mad wind shakes his reins. Lone in the northern angle dim, with immemorial dust it lies, where each gaunt casement's stony rim stares eye-like at the skies. Drear in the old pile's oldest wing, hung round with mouldering arras, where tall shadowy Tristams fight and sing for shadowy Isolts fair. Beside a crumbling cabinet, a tarnished lute lies on the floor. A talon-footed chair is set grotesquely near the door. A carven testered bedstead stands, with rusty silks draped all about, and like a moon in murky lands, a mirror glimmers out. Neglected, locked that chamber, where, in dropping arras, dimly clings the drowsy moth, and frightened there, the lost wind sighs and sings adown the roomy flue, and takes and swings the ghostly mirror till it seems some unseen hand that shakes its frame, then leaves it still. A starving mouse forever gnaws behind a panel, and the vines that on the casement tap like claws lattice the floor with lines. I have been there when blades of light stabbed each dull, stained, and dusty pane. Once I was there at dead of night, I dream of it again. She grew upon my vision as heat grows that haunts the summer day. In taffetas, like glimmering glass, she stood there dim and gray, and will-o'-wisp like jewels bound faint points of light round neck and wrist, and round her slender waist was wound a zone of silver mist. And icy as some winter land, her pale still face, o'er which the night hung of her raven hair. Her hand was beautiful and white. Before the mirror moaningly she wrung her hands and palely pressed her brow. And did I dream or see that blood was on her breast? And then she vanished, like a breath that o'er the limpid glass had passed. Her presence passed, and cold as death she left me, and aghast. Yes, I've been there, when spears of light pierced through each stained and sunlit pane. Once I was there at dead of night, I dream of it again.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Mirror by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. An ancient mirror hangs within an ancient hall, in a lonely room where the arrased gloom scowls from the pictured wall. A mystic mirror, framed in ebon, wildly carved, that seems to stare on the shadows there like something lean and starved. A mirror where one sees, in the broad good light of day, like crimson torches at the window arches, red roses swing and sway, and a part of the garth is seen, with its quaint stone dial plate, that grey and old, green-stained with mould, stands near the lioned gate. These it reflects all day, and at night one star of blue, that the nightingale, where the rose is pale, lifts its passionate love-song to. The night-bird sings below, the stars hang bright above, and the roses soon in the sultry moon shall palpitate with love. The night-bird sobs below, the roses blow and bloom. Through mullioned panes the moonlight reigns in the dim, unholy room. Grim ancestors that stare, stiff-starched and haughty, down from the oaken wall of the noble hall, put on a sterner frown. The old horse castle clock coughs midnight overhead, and the rose is won, and the bird is gone, when walk the shrouded dead. Then from their frames, it seems, the portraits' shadows flit. By the mirror there they stand and stare, and weep or sigh to it. In rare rich ermine, earls, and knights in gold and vair, with a rapiered throng of courtiers long, pass with a stately stare. With jewels and perfumes, in powder, ruff, and lace, tall ladies pass by the looking-glass, each sighing at her face. What secret does it hide, this mirror, gaunt and tall, in this lonely room, where the arrased gloom scowls from the pictured wall?
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Hall of Darkness by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Within her veins it beats, and burns within her brain, as year by year more sad and sere grow barren hill and plain. Ah, over young is she, who bears within her breast more pain and woe than women know, and all of love's unrest. 7 towers of shaggy rock rise black to ragged skies, from out a fen where bones of men stare with their empty eyes. Eternal sunset pours around its warlock towers, from out its urn of beams that burn long fire-cloudy flowers. On bat-like turrets high, and owlet battlements, huge condors dream, and vultures scream, as at the battle's sense. Within the banquet hall, a bride rich-robed and pale, she sits at board with men of the sword, cased all in silver mail. Their visors barred are drawn, their hands are gauntleted, and one, behold, in glittering gold, sits at the table's head. Wild music echoes through, the hollow-sounding air. It seems, at least, a wedding feast, with richness everywhere. Wild music oozes from the ceiling, groined with white, pure pearl, and floors like mythic shores of limpid chrysolite. Silent they sit at feast, and she whom he sits near, he in gold mail, why is she pale as one with grief and fear? The heavens grow slaughter red, grow blood red west and east. 7 casements high that frame the sky flare on the blood-red feast. Gaunt torches tall they seem, red revel torches 7, and then, behold, the hour is tolled, a great bell strikes 11. Silence, the light that makes each plate a splash of fire, gold splintered, dims and softer swims the music of each lyre. Grave silence, like a king, at that strange feast has place. Grave silence still as God's own will within the deeps of space. She leans to him in gold, and to him seems to say, "The night grows late, my love, why wait? Ah, God, would it were day! Would it were day, ah, God, how long is it till dawn? Why wear this mask? Undo thy casque, the midnight hour comes on." Silent he sits, severe. Then one sonorous tower, owl-swarmed, that looms in glaring glooms, tolls slow the midnight hour. 3 strokes, the nights arise, the silence from them flung, like waves that mock some hoarse sea-rock, wild laughter moves each tongue. 6 strokes, and wailing out, the music hoots away. The fiery glimmer of heaven grows dimmer, the red turns ghostly gray. 9 strokes, and dropping mould, the crumbling hall is lead. The plate is rust, the feast is dust, the banqueters are dead. 12 strokes pound out and roll, the vast hall heaves and waves, with things that crawl from floor and wall, spawn of 1,000 graves. Then rattling in the night, his golden visor slips, in rotting mail a death's head pale kisses her loathing lips. Then over all a voice, crying above the strife, "Death is the groom, this hall, the tomb, the bride, behold, is life."
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
What Dreams May Come by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. I have lain for an hour or twain, awake, and the tempest is beating on the roof, and the sleet on the pane, and the winds are 3 enemies meeting, and I listen and hear it again, my name in the silence repeating. Then dumbness of death, and moon gray in the darkness, a light like a bubble, from which, like a single white ray, comes a woman in loveliness double. Her face is the breaking of day, her eyes are the night and its trouble. I move not. She lies with her lips at mine, and I feel she is drawing my life from my heart to their tips, my heart where the horror is gnawing, my life in 100 slow sips, my soul with her gaze overawing. She binds me with merciless eyes, she drinks of my blood, and I hear it drain up with a shudder and rise to the lips like a serpent's that steer it. And she lies, and she laughs as she lies, saying, "Lo, thy affinitized spirit." I pray, and a gate as of swords, mid torments and tortures huge grated, clangs iron deep under, and words are heard as of sins that awaited a fiend who lashed into their hordes, and a demon who lacerated. I pray, and lie clammy and stark, as a something mounts higher and higher, up out of damnation and dark, with hobbling of hoofs that is dire. A devil, whose breath is a spark, whose face is of filth and of fire. To thy body's corruption, thy grave, thy hell, from which thou hast stolen, he snarls, and the night like a wave engulfs them with darkness wild swollen. Can it be that in sleep I'm a slave of a thing, neither flesh nor eidolon?
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
That Hour by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. When she was dead, a voice she knew not whose said to her, "Soul that fell, to cheer thee there in hell, of all thy life's lost happiness now choose. Ask what thou wilt, thou who hast walked mid flowers and songs the easy way of pleasure day by day. Ask what thou wilt of all thy lived out hours." And then she thought, "Oh, shall it be when there a blameless maiden, I, dreaming, watched love draw nigh, and felt his kiss rose sweet on mouth and hair? Or shall it be when that white knight his fingers smoothed from my brow the curls, and fell like unstrung pearls his words of passionate love, whose memory lingers? Or shall it be when over earth and sea I heard the sweet unrest within his ardent breast, his heart that beat alone for me, for me? Or shall it be when in his belting arms soul gazed on kindred soul, and love had won the goal of his desire, and his were all my charms? No, no, not these. That hour he left me lost, stunned, fallen, and despised, before the world he prized. When, God forgive me, when I loved him most.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Epilogue by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Beyond the moon, within a land of mist, lies the dim garden of all dead desires, walled round with morning's clouded amethyst, and haunted of sunset's shadowy fires. There all lost things we loved hold ghastly tryst, dead dreams, dead hopes, dead loves, and dead desires. Sad are the stars that day and night exist above the garden of all dead desires. and sad the roses that within it twist deep bowers, and sad the wind that through it choirs, but sadder far are they who there hold tryst, dead dreams, dead hopes, dead loves, and dead desires. There, like a dove upon the twilight's wrist, soft in the garden of all dead desires, sleep broods, and there, where never a serpent hissed, on the wan willows music hangs her lyres, Aeolian dials by which phantoms tryst, dead dreams, dead hopes, dead loves, and dead desires. There you shall hear low voices, kisses kissed, faint in the garden of all dead desires. By lips the anguish of vain song makes whist, and meet with shapes that art's despair attires, and gaze in eyes where all sweet sorrows tryst, dead dreams, dead hopes, dead loves, and dead desires. Thither we go, dreamer and realist, bound for the garden of all dead desires, where we shall find perhaps all life hath missed, all life hath longed for when the soul aspires, all earth's elusive loveliness at tryst, dead dreams, dead hopes, dead loves, and dead desires. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Proem by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Poems of Myth and Romance to my friend William Warwick Thumb. Proem. There is no rhyme that is half so sweet as the song of the wind in the rippling wheat. There is no metre that's half so fine as the lilt of the brook under rock and vine. And the loveliest lyric I ever heard was the wildwood strain of a forest bird. If the wind and the brook and the bird would teach my heart their beautiful parts of speech, and the natural art that they say these with, my soul would sing of beauty and myth, in a rhyme and a metre that none before have sung in their love, or dreamed in their lore, and the world would be richer, one poet the more. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Myth and Romance by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Phil Schempf. When I go forth to greet the glad-faced spring, just at the time of opening apple buds, when brooks are laughing, winds are whispering on babbling hillsides, or in the warbling woods, there is an unseen presence that alludes, perhaps a dryad, in whose tresses cling the loamy odors of old solitudes, who from her beechen doorway calls, and leads my soul to follow, now with dimpling words of leaves, and now with syllables of birds, while here and there, is it her limbs that swing, or restless sunlight on the moss and weeds? Or haply 'tis a naiad now who slips like some white lily from her fountain's glass, while from her dripping hair and breasts and hips the moisture rains cool music on the grass. Her have I heard and followed, yet alas, have seen no more than the wet rays that dips the shivering waters, wrinkling where I pass. But in the liquid light, where she doth hide, I have beheld the azure of her gaze smiling, and where the orbing ripple plays among her minnows I have heard her lips, bubbling, making merry by the waterside. Or now is it an Oread, whose eyes are constellated dusk, who stands confessed, as naked as a flower, her heart's surprise, like morning's rose mantling her brow and breast. She, shrinking from my presence, all distressed, stands for a startled moment ere she flies, her deep hair blowing up the mountain crest, wild as a mist that trails along the dawn. And is't her footfalls lure me, or the sound of airs that stir the crisp leaf on the ground? And is't her body glimmers on yon rise, or dogwood blossoms snowing on the lawn? Now 'tis a satyr's piping serenades on a slim reed, now Pan and Faun advance beneath green-hollowed roofs of forest glades, their feet gone mad with music. Now perchance Sylvanus sleeping, on whose leafy trance the nymphs stand gazing in dim ambuscades of sun-embodied perfume. Myth, romance, where'er I turn, reach out bewildering arms, compelling me to follow. Day and night I hear their voices and behold the light of their divinity that still evades and still allures me in 1,000 forms. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Reverie by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. What ogive gates from gold of Ophir wrought, what walls of Parian, whiter than a rose, what towers of crystal for the eyes of thought hast builded on dim islands of repose. Thy cloudy columns, vast Corinthian, or huge Ionic, colonnade the heights of dreamland, looming o'er the soul's deep seas. Piled melodies of marble that no man has ever reached, except in fancy's flights, templing the presence of perpetual ease. Oft, where o'er plastic frieze and plinths of spar, in glimmering solitudes of pillared stone, the twilight blossoms with one violet star. With thee, O Reverie, I have stood alone, and there beheld from out the mythic age the rosy breasts of Cytherea, fair, full cestused, and suggestive of what love's immortal rise, and heard the lyric rage of sunburnt poesy, whose throat breathes bare or leopard skins, fluting among his groves. Oft where thy castled peaks and templed vales cloud, like convulsive sunsets, shores that dream, myrrh fragrant, over siren seas whose sails gleam white as lilies on a lilied stream, my soul has stood. Or by thy sapphire sea, in thy arcaded gardens, in the shade of breathing sculpture, oft has walked with thought, and bent in shadowy attitude its knee before the shrine of beauty that must fade and leave no memory of the mind that wrought. Who hath beheld thy caverns where in heaps the wine of Lethe and love's witchery in sealed amphorae a Sibyl keeps? World old, a grape filled with the soul of thee, no wine of Xeres or of Syracuse, no fine Falernian and no vile Sabine. The stolen fire of a demigod, whose bubbled purple heavenly feet did bruise in crusted vats of vintage, when the green flamed into autumn on the Samian sod. Oh, for the deep enchantment of one draught, the reckless ecstasy of classic earth, to make me godlike as the gods that laughed in eyes of mortal brown, a mighty mirth of deity, delirious with desire. To make me one with roses of the shrines, the splashing wine libation or the blood, and all the young priests dreaming. To inspire my very soul with beauty, till it shines star-like amid life's starry brotherhood. Would I might slumber in the old world shades, where poesy could touch me, as some bold wild bee, a pulpy lily of the glades, barbaric covered with the kernelled gold, and feel the glory of the golden age, less godly than my purpose, strong to dare death with the young immortal lips of love, less lovely than my soul's ideal rage, to mate itself with music and declare itself part meaning of the stars above.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lethe by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. There is a scent of roses and spilt wine between the moonlight and the laurel coppice. The marble idol glimmers on its shrine, white as a star among a heaven of poppies. Here all my life lies like a spilth of wine. There is a mouth of music like a lute, a nightingale that singeth to one flower. Between the falling flower and the fruit, where love hath died, the music of an hour. To sit alone with memory and a rose, to dwell with shadows of whilom romances, to make 1 hour of a year of woes and walk on starlight in ethereal trances, with love's lost face fair as a moon-white rose, to shape from music and the scent of buds love's spirit and its presence of sweet fire. Between the heart's wild burning and the blood's is part of life and of the soul's desire. There is a song to silence and the stars, between the forest and the temple's arches, and down the stream of night like nenuphars, the tossing fires of Maenad's torches. Here all my life waits, lonely as the stars. Shall not 1 hour of all those hours suffice for resignation God hath given as dower? Between the summons and the sacrifice, 1 hour of love, the eternity of an hour. The shrine is shattered and the bird is gone. Dark is the house of music and of bridal. The stars are stricken, and the storm comes on. Beneath a wreck of roses lies the idol, sad as the memory of a joy that's gone. To dream of perished gladness and a kiss, waking the last chord of love's broken lyre. Between remembering and forgetting, this is part of life and of the soul's desire.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Naiad by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. She sits among the iris stalks of bubbling brooks, and leans for hours among the river's lily flowers, or on their whiteness walks, above dark forest pools, grey rocks, wall in, she leans with dripping locks, and listening to the echo, talks with her own face, Iothera. There is no forest of the hills, no valley of the solitude, nor fern nor moss that may elude her searching step that stills. She dreams among the wild rose brakes of fountains that the ripple shakes, and dreaming of herself she fills the silence with Iothera. And every wind that haunts the ways of leaf and bough, once having kissed her virgin nudity, goes whist with wonder and amaze. There blows no breeze which hath not learned her name's sweet melody, and yearned to kiss her mouth that laughs and says, Iothera, Iothera. No wild thing of the wood, no bird, or brown, or blue, or gold, or gray, beneath the sun's or moon's pale ray, that hath not loved and heard. They are her pupils. She can say no new thing, but within a day they have its music, word for word, harmonious as Iothera. No man who lives and is not wise, with love for common flowers and trees, be bird and beast, and brook and breeze, and rocks and hills and skies, search where he will, shall ever see one flutter of her drapery, one glimpse of limbs or hair or eyes of beautiful Iothera.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Limnad by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. The lake she haunts gleams mistily through sleepy boughs of melody, lost mid lone hills beside the sea, in tangled bush and briar, where reflected sunsets write ghostly things in golden light, where along the pine-crowned height clouds of twilight, rosy white, build far towers of fire. Mid the rushes there that swing, flowering flags where voices sing, when night winds are murmuring, and the stars of midnight glitter, blossom white with purple locks, underneath the stars' still flocks, in the dusky waves she rocks, rocks, and all the landscape mocks with a song both sweet and bitter. Soft it sounds at first as dreams, filled with tears that fall in streams. Then it soars until it seems beauty's very self hath spoken, and the woods grow silent quite, stars wax faint, and flowers wane white, and the nightingales that light near or hear her through the night die, their hearts with longing broken. Dark, dim, and sad o'er mournful lands, white-throated stars heaped in her hands, like wildwood buds the twilight stands, the twilight dreaming lingers, listening where the limnad sings witcheries, whose magic brings a great moon from hidden springs, pale with amorous quiverings, feet of fire and silvery fingers. In the vales Auloniads, on the mountains Oreads, on the leas Limoniads, whiter than the stars that glisten, Pan, the satyrs, Dryades, fountain lovely Naiades, foam-lipped Oceanades, breathless mid their seas and trees, stay and look and lean and listen. Large-eyed, siren-like she stands in the lake or on its sands, and with rapture from the hands of the night some stars are shaken. To her song the rushes swing, lilies nod, and ripples ring, lost in helpless listening. These will wake who hear her sing, but one mortal will not waken.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Before the Temple by Madison Cawein. Kachuk. Oh, desolate, she sate her down upon the marble of the temple's stair. You would have thought her with her eyes of brown, flushed cheeks and hazel hair, a dryad dreaming there. A priest of Bacchus passed, nor stopped to chide her, deeming her, whose chiton hid but half her bosom, and whose girdle dropped some grief-drowned Bassarid, the god of wine had chid. With wreaths of woodland cyclamen, for Dian's shrine, a shepherdess drew near, all her young thoughts on vestal beauty, when she dare not look for fear, behold the goddess here. Fierce lights on shields of bossy brass, and helms of bronze, next from the hills deploy tall youths of Argos, and she sees him pass, flushed with heroic joy, on towards the siege of Troy.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Rue-Anemone by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Josh Kibbey. Under an oak tree in a woodland, where the dreaming spring had dropped it from her hair, I found a flower, through which I seemed to gaze beyond the world and see what no man dare behold and live, the myths of bygone days. Diana and Endymion, and the bare, slim beauty of the boy whom Echo wooed, and Hyacinthus whom Apollo dewed with love and death, and Daphne, ever fair, and that reed-slender girl whom Pan pursued. I stood and gazed, and through it seemed to see the Dryad dancing by the forest tree, her hair wild-blown, the Faun, with listening ear, deep in the boskage, kneeling on one knee, watching the wandered Oread draw near, her wild heart beating like a honey-bee within a rose. All the myths of old, all the bright shapes of the age of gold, peopling the wonder-worlds of poetry, through it I seemed in fancy to behold. What other flower that, fashioned like a star, draws its frail life from earth and braves the war of all the heavens, can suggest the dreams that this suggests, in which no trace of mar or soil exists, where stainless innocence seems enshrined, and where, beyond our vision far, that inaccessible beauty, which the heart worships as truth and holiness and art, is symbolized, wherein embodied are the things that make the soul's immortal part. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Artemis by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Josh Kibbey. Oft of the hiding Oread wast thou seen at earliest morn, a tall imperial shape, high-buskined, dew-dripped, and on close young curls, bright blackness of thick hair, the tipsy drops caught from the dripping sprays of underbosks, kissed of thy cheek and of thy shoulder brushed, thy rosy cheek as far Aurora's fair, thy snowy shoulder Hebe beautiful. Oft did the shaggy hills and solitudes of Arethusa shout and ring and reel, reverberate and echo merrily, leap into sound with singing of thy hounds, with the deep belling of thy noble hounds, big-mouthed and musical, that on the stag or bristling wild boar furious grew in quest. And thou, as keen, fleet-footed, and clean-limbed, inviolable with thy quivered crew, rushed, swinging on the wind-free limbs and lithe, and locks all radiance flung back to blow, and balm with spice the wine-sharp air of morn. Ay me, their throats, their clarion crystal throats, that made the hills sing and the woodways dance, as if to Orphic strains and gave them life. Ay me, their bosoms' deepness in the firm, pure, happy beauty of their naked limbs, that stormed the forest vacancies with light, swift daylight of their splendor, and made blow, within the glad sonorous solitudes, old germs of flowerets a century cold. The woodland naiad whispered by her rock, the hamadryad, limpid-eyed and wild, expectant rustled by her usual oak, and laughed in wonder, and mad Pan himself reeled piping fiercely down the dingled deeps, with rollicking eye that rolled a brutish joy, and did some unwed maiden musing where her father's well among the god-graced hills. bubbled and babbled to hear thy bugled cry. O huntress she, while deep her dripping jar, unheeded brimmed, vowed her virginity to thee, her shorn hair at thy vestal feet. But not when the garish daylight fills the forests with far swimming golden green, let me behold thee, goddess. But when dim the slow night settles on the haunted wood, and walks in mystery, and the myriad stars maze heaven with fire, and the echoey waste, far off, and murmurs palpitates unto the limnid's voice, unmerciful, or is't some night-bird breaking with song its heart, unmerciful and sad and bitter-sweet? Then come in all thy godhead, beautiful, all beautiful and gentle, as thou camest to lorn Endymion, who, in Lemnos once, lone in the wizard magic of the wood, wandered a dreaming boy, unfriended, sad. It grew far off among the easy trees, thy pensive beauty, blossoming flower-like between the tree trunks and the lacing limbs, bright in the leaves that kissed for very joy and drunkenness of glory thus revealed. He saw it all, from glorious face to feet, the naked pearl of all thy loveliness, thy body's beauty, blended lily and rose, alone, unaccompanied of handmaidens. Like some rare, radiant fruit Hesperian, not to be plucked of gods or men, thou hungst upon the boughs of heaven. Thy mooned voice came silvering on his wistful ear, and sighed with light like leaves that kiss and cling again. And on such perilous beauty that must slay the poisonous favour of thy godliness, feasting his every sense through eyes and ears, his soul exalted waxed and amorous. Like some young god who, draining Olympian bowls, grows drunk with nectar, with immortal love, and what remained, what remained but death? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Aphrodite by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Josh Kibbey. Apollo never smote his loveliest strain, when swan-necked Hebe stayed her nectared bowl among the circled and reclining gods, to lend a listening ear and smile on him, as that the Tritons blew on wreathed horns when Aphrodite, the cold ocean foam in lovely labour, from its singing snow upheaved her dazzling form, like some white pearl, naked and fresh within its ocean shell, borne shoreward from its bed of golden sponge and crimson coral by the mad monsoon. Wind-rocked she swung, her white feet on the sea, and music raved down the slant western winds. With swollen jowls the Tritons puffed their conches, where, breasting with white bosoms the green waves, that laughed in ripples at love's misty feet, Oceanids with dimple-dinted palms smote sidewise the pale bubbles of the foam, weaving a silver rainbow round her form. Around her, dolphins sparkled in the spray, and nereids sang, braiding their streaming locks, or flung them backward shimmering with bells of foam, till evening lit her loneliest, loveliest star, that passion-flower of the fields of heaven, pale mirrored in the sheen of shadowy seas, that, like arrested music, o'er the caves the sirens' haunt hung deep on silent deep, when, in a hollow pearl down moon-white waves, the creatures of the ocean danced their queen into an island, like a rosy mist that glimmering dreamed upon the glimmering blue. There, on the silvery sands beside the sea, beneath the moon, Narcissus white, they met, she naked as a star and crowned with stars, child of the airy foam and queen of love. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Persephone by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Josh Kibbey. O Hades! O false gods! False to yourselves! O Hades, 'twas my brother gave her thee without a mother's sanction or her knowledge. Thou borest her to the dreadful gulfs below, and made her queen, a shadowy queen of shades, queen of the fiery flood and iron realms, eternal torture and eternal pain. On blossomed plains in far Trinacria, a maiden, the dark cascade of whose hair was deep as midnight, circled and crowned with stars, hair dark as rays that brighten with the moon, went gathering flowers with the Oceanids, lily and rose and pale narcissus, who was Echo's passion once, a flower now that stares forever in the lake's still glass, whose ripple breaks its image, flickering seen, as once with tears it broke beneath his eyes, with the fast-falling dew that fills its heart, when suddenly there rose with iron wain and steeds, a shape like death, mid sallow smoke and sulphur and pale fires, its countenance ghastly, and its hair and eyes like the blue flame of sulphur. In its arms, its sooty arms, were like to supple steel the mighty muscles lay unto its breast, such as its arms. It drew her fragile form as bosomed bulks of tempest in their joy, with arms of winds dragged to their black embrace a fairy mist that flecks with white the summer, with wings of shadeless white, and 'tis no more heaved on the rapture of the thunder's heart. The snowy flowers shuddered and grew still. With withered heads they bowed, and on the stream, where all the day it was their wont to stand in silence gazing at their loveliness, laid their fair faces limp and shriveled white. Flames whipped the air like fiery scorpions, blasting and burning all the fragrant myths that haunt the dew and lair in bloom and breeze. O foam-fair daughters of Oceanus, in vain you seek your mate and chide the flowers for hiding her beneath their palms of snow. Ask of that shell, that conch of twisted pearl, which, like a spirit of the singing sea, moans at your pallid feet made wet with spray. Then, sitting by the tumbling blue of waves, mourn to the waters and the ribbed sands the falseness of the god who grasps the storm. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Demeter by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Josh Kibbey. Eternal pouring in her lonely path the wells of sorrow lay. I see her now, methinks I see her now, an awful shape guiding her dragon team in frenzied search, from Argive lands into the jeweled shores of the remotest end where Usha's hand soothed her grief-shadowed brow with kindly touch, and Savitar breathed sympathy from the skies o'er uttermost regions of the faneless Brahm. In melancholy search I see her roam the Himalayas, world-dividing, pale mid ice and snow, through mists and night and storm, then back again with that wild mother-woe fueling the anguished fire of her eyes, back where old Atlas groans beneath the world, and the Cimmerian twilight weighs the soul. Deep was her sleep in Persia's haunted vales, where many a languid Philomela moaned her heart to rest with heartbreak melody. I see her near Ionia's swelling seas, cull from the sands a labyrinthine shell, hollowing its spiral murmur to her ear, a pearly mouth against an ear of pearl, in hope some message of Persephone it might impart. Then finding all in vain, in anguish and despair cast it afar to watch the salt spray flash, like some soft plume dropped from the wings of Eros where it fell. I see her take a flute of coral from a listening Triton, and on Ithacan rocks high-seated at the starry close of day, when sad the moon rose from her salty couch, gazing with sorrow on her face of sorrow, pipe pensive airs, plaintive as sirens sing in streaming caves beneath the ocean wall, till hoar Poseidon cleared his wrinkled front and stilled his surgy clamors to a sigh. This do I see and more. Behold with fear. I see her mid the lonely groves of Crete, frighten the dun deer from the overvaulted green of thickest boscage, searching every covert with terror of her torches and her wail. Persephone! Persephone! Till the pines of mist-swathed Dicta shudder through their miles. The panther roared down in the stream-mad gorge, and echo shrieked from chasm to answering chasm. Persephone, bewildered with her woe, as wild as when she echoed the despair, dishevel-haired, of maidens wailing born, Athenian tribute to that king of Crete, great Minos, when the Minotaur they saw grim, crouching in his labyrinth of stone. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Dionysus by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Campbell Shelp. Io! Bacchus! Bacchus! Io! Io! O Dionysus! Dionysus! Ivy-crowned! O let me sing thy triumph ere I die! I slept and dreamed a Maenad came to me, a harp of hollow agate strung with gold, wailed 'neath her waxen fingers, and her heart, under its gauze through which the moonlight shone, kept time with its wild throbbings to her song. Aegis sleeps, O Dionysus sleeps, beneath the restless waves that sigh his name, eternally at my dew-glistening feet. Here 'twas he died, O Dionysus, here! The great king died for whom is named this sea. O let me sing thy triumph ere I die! With the shrill syrinx and the kissing clang of silver cymbals and the sound of flutes, O pard-drawn youth, thou didst awake the world to joy and pleasure with thy sunny wine. Madst India bow and the dun, flooding Nile, grow purple with the murex of the wine cast from the fullness of Silenus' cup, while yet the heavens of heat saw sarabands whirl mid the redness of the Libyan sands that drank the spilth of Bacchus' sparkling sun from the backinged bowl a beaded red, or the slant edge that twinkled in the sun, the tiger sun fierce glaring overhead. What made gold Horus smile with golden lips? Anubis dire forget his ghosts to lead to hell's profoundness, he who stayed to sip one winking bubble from the wine god's cup, and, captive ever after, joined thy train. What made Osiris, mid the palms of Nile, leave Isis dreaming, and the frolic Pans? Wild trebles follow as a roaring bull, far as the fanes of Indra, he who long was mourned in Memphis by his tawny priests. Io, Bacchus, Bacchus, Io, Io! The brimming purple of thy hollow god they tasted, and, though gods, they worshipped too. Sad Echo sat once in a spiral cave. She, from its sea-dyed labyrinth of rock, saw the long pageant dancing on the strand, where Nereus slept upon an isle of crags, and o'er the slope of his far foaming head the strangeness of the orgies wildly cried, till the grey god awoke, at first in rage, serened his face, then stretched a welcoming hand, with civil utterance for the Bacchus horn. But Echo followed not. Instead she sits among her crags, remembering that wild cry, that nomad sound still haunting all her dreams, confusing all her speech, that naught can say, save warring words bewildering her ears, like waves reverberant in a deep sea cave. Io, Bacchus, Bacchus, Io, Io! See the white stars, O Dionysus, see, have spilled their glittering globules, one by one, like bubbles winking in the cup of night, down the dark west behind the mountain chain. Aegis sleeps, lured by my murmuring harp, and I have sung thy triumph. Let me die. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Paphian Venus by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Campbell Schelt. With anxious eyes and dry, expectant lips, within the sculptured stoa by the sea, all day she waited while, like ghostly ships, long clouds rolled over Paphos. The wild bee hung in the sultry poppy half asleep, beside the shepherd and his drowsy sheep. White-robed she waited day by day, alone with the white temple's shrined concupiscence, the Paphian goddess on her obscene throne, binding all chastity to violence, all innocent to lust that feels no shame, Venus Mylitta born of filth and flame. So must they haunt her marble portico, the devotees of passion, passion pale, as moonlight streaming through the stormy snow, dark eyes desirous of the stranger sail, the gods shall bring across the Cyprian sea, and him elected to their mastery. A priestess of the temple came, when eve blazed like a satrap's triumph in the west, and watched her listening to the ocean's heave, dusk's golden glory on her face and breast, and in her hair the rosy wind's caress, pitying her dedicated tenderness. When out of darkness night persuades the stars, a dream shall bend above her, saying, soon a bark shall come with purple sails and spars, sailing from Tarsus neath a low white moon, and thou shalt see one in a robe of Tyre, facing toward thee like the god Desire. Rise then, as, clad in starlight, riseth night, thy nakedness clad on with loveliness, so shalt thou see him like the god Delight, breast through the foam and climb the cliff to press hot lips to thine and lead thee in before love's awful presence where ye shall adore. Thus at her heart the vision entered in, with lips of lust the lips of song had kissed, and eyes of passion laughing with sweet sin, a starry splendor robed in amethyst, seen like that star set in the glittering gloam, Venus Mylitta born of fire and foam. So shall she dream until, near middle night, when on the blackness of the ocean's rim, the moon like some war galleon all alight, with blazing battle from the sea shall swim. A shadow with inviolate lips and eyes shall rise before her speaking in this wise. So hast thou heard the promises of one, of her with whom the God of gods is wroth, for whom was prophesied at Babylon the second death, Chaldean Mylidoth, whose feet take hold on darkness and despair, hissing destruction in her heart and hair. Wouldst thou behold the vessel she would bring? A wreck 100 years have smeared with slime, a hulk where all abominations cling, the spawn and vermin of the seas of time. Wild waves have rotted it, fierce suns have scorched, mad winds have tossed and stormy stars have torched. Can lust give birth to love? The vile and foul be mother to beauty? Lo, can this thing be? A monster like a man shall rise and howl upon the wreck across the crawling sea, then plunge and swim unto thee like an ape, a beast all belly, thou canst not escape. Gone was the shadow with the suffering brow, and in the temple's porch she lay and wept, alone with night, the ocean, and her vow. Then up the east the moon's full splendor swept, and dark between it wreck or argosy, a sudden vessel far away at sea. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Gargafy by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Campbell Schempf. Succinta Sacra Diane. Ovid. There the ragged sunlight lay, tawny on thick ferns and grey, on dark waters, dimmer, lone and deep, the cypress grove, bowered mystery and wove, braided lights like those that love, on the pearl plums of a dove, faint to gleam and glimmer. There centennial pine and oak into stormy utterance broke, hollow rocks gloomed, slanting, echoing in dim arcade, looming with long moss that made twilight streaks in tatters laid, where the wild hart, hunt afraid, plunged the water, panting. Poppies of a sleepy gold mooned the gray-green darkness rolled down its vistas, making wisp-like blurs of flame, and pale stole the dim deer down the vale, and the haunting nightingale sang unseen the olden tale, all its hurt heart breaking. There the hazy serpolet, dewy cistus blooming wet, blushed on bank and boulder. There the cyclamen, as wan as fain footsteps of the dawn, carpeted the spotted lawn, where the nude nymph, dripping drawn, sloped a flower-white shoulder. In the citrine shadow there, what tall presences and fair, godlike, lingered, gracious, as the rock rose there that grew, delicate and dim as dew, stepped from out the oaks and drew fawn-like forms to follow, who filled the forest spacious, guarded that Boeotian valley, so no foot of man soiled its silence wholly with profaning tread, save one, the Hyantian Actaeon, who beheld but was undone by Diana's wrath, that none, though with magic moly, might escape. That valley sleeps, lost to us enchantment keeps, sacred still it's banished, bowers that no man may see, fountains that her deity haunts, and every rock and tree where her hunt goes swinging free, as in ages vanished. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Faun by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Campbell Schempf. The joys that touched thee once be mine, the sympathies of sky and sea, the friendship of each rock and pine that made thy lonely life, ah me, in Tempe or in Gargafy. Such joy as thou didst feel when first on some wild crag thou stoodst alone, and watched the mountain tempest burst with streaming thunder, lightning sown on Latmos or on Pelion. Thy awe when crowned with vastness, night and silence ruled the deep's abyss, and through dark leaves thou saw'st the white breasts of the starry maids who kiss pale feet of moony Artemis. Thy dreams when, breasting matted weeds Of Arethusa thou didst hear the music of the wind-swept reeds, and down dim forest ways drew near shy herds of slim Arcadian deer. Thy wisdom that knew naught but love, and beauty with which love is fraught, the wisdom of the heart whereof all noblest passions spring, that thought, as nature thinks, all else is naught. Thy hope, wherein tomorrow set no shadow, hope that, lacking care, and retrospect held no regret, but bloomed in rainbows everywhere, filling with gladness all the air. These were thine all, in all life's moods, embracing all of happiness, and when within thy long-loved woods didst lay thee down to die no less, thy happiness stood by to bless. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Apollo by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Campbell Schempf. All the Lydian notes revealing, son of Leto, oh, come stealing, as the wind Thessalian rivers whisper of the wind that shivers, every ripple into stars, in the sunlight's golden bars. Touch thy harp that haunts the oaks, with the mastery that invokes Naiad music of the fount, Oread music of the mount, and such satyr song as keeps revel on Lycian steeps, when night nods a Maenad shape, purple with dusk's staining grape. Wake such chords as dewy grounds echo when no mortal hounds bell the hunt, whose spear point shines through Arcadia's tangled vines, when the half-awakened dawn, dreaming on a mountain lawn, lets her golden sandals lie, and walks barefooted through the sky, and by Arethusa's bank, swift upon the red hart's flank, drives Diana's bun-skinned band down the cistus-blossomed strand. Then love's minors swooning o'er the mountain hushed the ocean roar, as Selene stealing sails over Lemnos's lakes to vales, where Endymion dreams and feels love her stolen kiss reveals. Thou hast sung of Helicon, how the sister muses won from the 9 Pierides empire o'er the Harmonies. Thou hast sung of Tempe's maid, and the sudden laurel's aid. Thou hast sung of many loves, of the gods that haunt the groves, where the marble altar stands, rose-heaped by the balmy hands of romance and beauty, where, high upon the temple stair, priest-like, bay-crowned white of hair, old Tradition, looking up, pours libation from his cup. Thou hast sung all sweet of tongue, as once wild Amphion sung, songs Parnassian rocks that swung, each in its lyric niche and mast, such mural heights of song and vast, melodious walls of poesy, that time himself shall not outlast, enduring as eternity. Ours shall be no island song, suited to a maiden throng, dancing with their wreaths of roses to the double flute's soft closes, but a nation's whose large eyes with life's liberty are wise, and consenting sympathies of all arts and sciences. She who stands above the storms, with truth's thunder in her arms, and the star serenity of her hope bound burningly round her brow and at her knee, the spirit of progress, who is shod with ethereal fire of God. Yea, thy last shall still be first, some wild epopee to burst, with such organ notes as ring, when the stars of morning sing, and the sons of heaven sent, shoutings through the firmament, as our years have justified, and the stars have prophesied. 1886. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Jotunheim by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Phil Schempf. Beyond the northern lights, in regions haunted of twilight, where the world is glacier planted, and pale as Loki in his cavern when the serpent's slaver burns him to the bones, I saw the phantasms of gigantic men, the prototypes of vastness quarrying stones. great blocks of winter, glittering with the morn's and evening's colors, wild prismatic tones of boreal beauty, like the three gray Norns. Silence and solitude and terror loomed around them where they labored. Walls arose, vast as the Andes, when creation boomed in surgent fire, and through the rushing snows enormous battlements of tremendous ice, bastioned and turreted, I saw arise. But who can sing the workmanship gigantic that reared within its coruscating dome the roaring fountain, hurling an Atlantic of liquid ice that flashed with flame and foam? An opal spirit, various and many-formed, in whose clear heart reverberant fire stormed, seemed its inhabitant, and through pale halls and deep diaphanous walls and corridors of whiteness auroral colors swarmed, as rosy flickering stains, or lambent green, or gold, or crimson, warm the pulsing crystal of the spirit's veins with ever-changing brightness. And through the arctic night there went a voice, as if the ancient earth cried out, "Rejoice! My heart is full of lightness." Here well might Thor, the god of war, harness the whirlwinds to his car, while, mailed in storm, his iron arm heaves high his hammer's lava form, and red and black his beard streams back like some fierce torrent scoriac, whose earthquake light glares through the night around some dark volcanic height, and through the skies Valkyrian cries trumpet as battleward he flies, death in his hair and havoc in his eyes. Still in my dreams I hear that fountain flowing, beyond all seeing and beyond all knowing. Still in my dreams I see those wild walls glowing with hues aurora-kissed, and through huge halls fantastic phantoms going, vast shapes of snow and mist, sonorous clarions of the tempest blowing, that trail dark banners by, cloud-like, underneath the sky of the cavern dome on high, carbuncle and amethyst. Still I hear the ululation of their stormy exaltation, multitudinous and blending in hoarse echoes, far, unending, and through halls of fog and frost howling back like madness lost in the moonless mansion of death and demon-haunted love. Still in my dreams I hear the mermaid singing, the mermaid music at its portal ringing, the mermaid song that hinged with gold its door, and whispering evermore, hushed the ponderous hurl and roar and vast aeolian thunder of the chained tempest under the frozen cataracts that were its floor. And, blinding beautiful, I still behold the mermaid there, combing her locks of gold, while at her feet, green as the northern seas, gambol her flocks of seals and walruses, while, like a drift, her dog, a polar bear, lies by her, glowering through his shaggy hair. O wondrous house, built by supernal hands in vague and ultimate lands, thy architects were behemoth wind and cloud that, laboring loud, mountained thy world foundations, and uplifted thy skyey bastions, drifted of piled eternities of ice and snow, where storms, like ploughmen, go ploughing the deeps with awful hurricane, where, spouting icy rain, the huge whale wallows, and through furious hail the explorer's tattered sail drives like the wing of some terrific bird, where wreck and famine herd. Home of the red auroras and the gods, he who profanes thy perilous threshold, where the ancient centuries lair, and glacier-throned thy monarch, winter, nods, let him beware, lest coming on that hoary presence there, whose pitiless hand, above that hungry land, an iceberg wields as sceptre, and whose crown the North Star is, set in a band of frost, he too shall feel the bitterness of that frown, and turned to stone for evermore be lost. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Dionysia by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Campbell Schempf. The day is dead, and in the west the slender crescent of the moon, Diana's crystal-kindled crest, sinks hillward in a silvery swoon. What is the murmur in the dell? The stealthy whisper and the drip, a dryad with her leaf-light trip, a naiad o'er her fountain well, who, with white fingers for her comb, sleeks her blue hair, and from it curls, showers slim minnows and pale pearls, and hollow music of the foam. What is it in the vistade ways that leans and springs and stoops and sways? The naked limbs of one who flees, an Oread who hesitates before the satyr form that waits, crouching to leap that there she sees, or under boughs reclining cool, a hamadryad like a pool of moonlight palely beautiful, or limned with her lily face, more lovely than the misty lace that haunts a star in a firefly place. Or is it some lemoniad, in wildwood flowers dimly clad, oblong blossoms white as froth, or mottled like the tiger moth, or brindled as the brows of death, wild of hue and wild of breath, here ethereal flame and milk, blent with velvet and with silk, here an iridescent glow, mixed with satin and with snow, pansy, poppy, and the pale, serpelet and galingale, mandrake and anemone, honey reservoirs or the bee, cistus and the cyclamen, cheeked like blushing Hebe this, and the other white as is, bubbled milk of Venus when Cupid's baby mouth is pressed, rosy to her rosy breast, and besides all flowers that mate, with aroma and in hue, stars and rainbows duplicate, here on earth for me and you. Yea, at last mine eyes can see, 'tis no shadow of the tree, swaying softly there, but she, Maenad Bassarid Bacchant, what you will, who doth enchant night with sensuous nudity. Lo, again I hear her pant, breasting through the dewy glooms, through the glowworm gleams and glowers of the starlight wood perfumes, swoon around her, and frail showers of the leaflet tilted rain. Lo, like love she comes again, through the pale voluptuous dusk, sweet of limb with breasts of musk, with her lips like blossoms breathing honeyed pungence of her kiss, and her auburn tresses wreathing like umbrageous helichrys. There she stands like flame and snow, in the moon's ambrosial glow, both her shapely loins low looped, with the balmy blossoms drooped of the deep amaracus, spiritual yet sensual. Lo, she ever greets me thus, in my vision white and tall, her delicious body there, raimented with amorous air, to my mind expresses all the allurements of the world. And once more I seem to feel, on my soul like frenzy hurled, all the passionate past I reel, Greek again in ancient Greece, in the Pyrrhic revelries, in the mad and Maenad dance, onward dragged with violence, Pan and old Silenus and Faunus and a Bacchant band, round me wild my wine-stained hand, o'er tumultuous hair is lifted, while the flushed and phallic orgies whirl around me, and the marges of the wood are torn and rifted, with lascivious laugh and shout, and barbarian there again, shameless with the shameless root, Bacchus lusting in each vein, with her pagan lips on mine, like a god made drunk with wine. On I reel, and in the revels, her loose hair the dance dishevels, blows and thwart my vision swims, all the splendor of her limbs. So it seems, yet woods are lonely, and when I again awake, I shall find their faces only, moonbeams in the boughs that shake, and their revels but the rush of night winds through bough and brush. But my dreaming, is it more than mere dreaming? Is a door opened in my soul, a curtain raised to let me see for certain I have lived that life before? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Vine and Sycamore by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sydney Beck. Here where a tree and its wild liana leaning over the streamlet grow. Once a nymph like the mooned Diana sat in the ages long ago. Sat with a mortal with whom she had mated, sat and smiled with a mortal youth, ere he of the forest, the god who hated, changed the two into forms uncouth. Once in the woods she had heard a shepherd, heard a reed in a golden glade, followed, and clad in the skin of a leopard, found him fluting within the shade, found him sitting with bare brown shoulder, lithe and young as a sapling oak, and leaning over a mossy boulder, love in her dryad heart awoke. White she was as a dogwood flower, rosy white as a wild crab bloom, fragrant white as a haw-tree bower, full of sap and the May's perfume. He who saw her above him burning, beautiful, naked, in dawn arrayed, deemed her Diana, and from her turning, leapt to his feet and fled afraid. Far she followed, and called and pleaded, ever he fled with never a look. Fled till he came to this spot, deep-reeded, came to the bank of this forest brook. Here, for a moment, he stopped and listened, heard in her voice her heart's despair, saw in her eyes the love that glistened, sank on her bosom and rested there. Close to her beauty she strained and pressed him, held and bound him with kiss on kiss, soft with her hands and her lips caressed him, sweeter of touch than a blossom is, spoke to his heart, and with sweet persuasion mastered his soul till its fear was flown, smiled on his soul till its mortal evasion vanished and body and soul were her own. Many a day they had met and mated, many a day by this wildwood brook, when he of the forest, the god who hated, came on their love and changed with a look. There on the shore, while they joyed and jested, he in the shadows unseen espied, her like the goddess Diana breasted, him like Endymion by her side. Lo, at a word, at a sign, their folded limbs and bodies assumed new form. Hers to the shape of a tree were molded, his to a vine with surrounding arm. So they stand with their limbs enlacing, nymph and mortal upon this shore, he forever a vine embracing, her a silvery sycamore. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Genius Loci by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sydney Beck. What would God on this water's mossy curb, lost in reflections of earth's loveliness, did I just now unconsciously disturb? I, who haphazard, wandering at a guess, came on this spot, wherein with gold and flame of buds and blooms the season writes its name. Ah me! Could I have seen him ere alarm of my approach aroused him from his calm, as he, part Hamadryad, and mayhap part fawn, lay here, who left the shadow warm as a wood rose, and filled the air with balm of his wild breath, as with ethereal sap. Does not the moss retain some slight impress, green dented down of where he lay or trod? Do not the flowers so reticent confess with conscious looks the contact of a god? Does not the very water garrulously boast the indulgence of a deity? And hark! In burly beech and sycamore how all the birds proclaim it, and the leaves rejoice with clappings of their myriad hands. And shall not I believe too, and adore with such wide proof? Yea, though my soul perceives no evident presence, still it understands. And for a while it moves me to lie down here on this spot his godhead sanctified. Mayhap some dream he dreamed may linger, brown and young as joy around the forest side, some dream within whose heart lives no disdain for such as I, whose love is sweet and sane, that may repeat so none but I may hear, as one might tell a pearl-strung rosary, some epic that the leaves have learned to croon, some lyric whispered in the wild flower's ear, whose murmurous lines are sung by bird and bee, and all the insects of the night and noon. For all around me upon field and hill, enchantment lies as of mysterious flutes, as if the music of a god's good will had taken on material attributes in blooms like chords, and in the water gleam that runs its silvery scales on every stream. In sunbeam bars up which the butterfly, a golden note, vibrates then flutters on. Inaudible tunes blown on the pipes of Pan that have assumed a visible entity, and drugged the air with beauty so, a faun, behold, I seem, and am no more a man. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Dithyrambics by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sydney Beck. Tempest. Wrapped round of the night as a monster is wrapped of the ocean. Down, down through vast stories of darkness. Behold in the tower of heaven the thunder. On stairways of cloudy commotion. Colossal of tread like a giant from echoing hour to hour goes striding in rattling armor. The nymph at her billow-roofed dormer of foam, and the sylvan, greenhoused at her window of leaves appears, as a listening woman who hears the approach of her lover who comes to her arms in the night, and loosening the loops of her locks with eyes full of love and delight, from the couch of her rest in ardor and haste arises. The nymph as if born of the tempest like fire surprises the riotous bands of the rocks that face with a roar the shouting charge of the seas. The sylvan, through troops of the trees, whose clamorous clans with gnarly bosoms keep hurling themselves on the guns of the wind, goes wheeling and whirling. The nymph of the waves' exultation upheld her green tresses knotted with flowers of the hollow white foam, dives screaming, then bounds to the arms of the storm, who boisterously presses her hair and wild form to his breast that is panting and streaming. The sylvan, hard pressed by the wind, the pan-footed air, on the violent backs of the hills, like a flame that tosses and thrills from crag to crag when the world of spirits is out, is born as her rapture wills with glittering gesture and shout. Now here in the darkness, now there from the rain-wild sweep of her hair, bewildering volleyed o'er eyes and o'er lips, to the lambent swell of her breasts and her hips. She flashes her beautiful nakedness out in the glare of the tempest that bears her away, that bears me away, away over forest and foam, over tree and spray, far swifter than thought, far swifter than sound or flame, over ocean and pine, in arms of tumultuous shadow and shine. Though sylvan and nymph do not exist, and only what of terror and beauty I feel and I name as parts of the storm, the awe and the rapture divine that here in the tempest are mine, the two are the same, the two are forever the same. Calm. Beautiful bosomed, O night in thy noon, move with majesty onward, bearing as lightly as a singer may bear the notes of an exquisite tune. The stars and the moon through the clerestories high of the heaven the firmament's halls, under whose saffron walls June, Hesperian June, robed in divinity wanders. Daily and nightly the turquoise touch of her robe that the violet star, the silvery fall of her feet that lilies are, fill the land with languorous light and perfume. Is it the melody mute of burgeoning leaf and bloom? The music of nature that silently shapes in the gloom imperial hosts of spirits that have the flowers and leaves in their keep, that I hear, with their sighs of silver and pearl, invisible ghosts, each one a beautiful girl, who whisper in leaves and glimmer in blossoms, and hover in color and fragrance and loveliness, breathed from the deep world soul of the mother nature, who over and over, both sweetheart and lover, goes singing her songs from one sweet month to the other, that appear, in forest and field, on hill, land, and lea, as crystallized harmony, materialized melody, an uttered essence peopling far and near the high-line atmosphere. Behold how it sprouts from the grass and blooms from flower and tree in waves of diaphanous moonlight and mist, in fugue upon fugue of gold and amethyst. Around me, above me, it spirals, now slower, now faster, like symphonies born of the thought of a musical master. O music of earth, O God who the music inspired, let me breathe of the life of thy breath, and so be fulfilled and attired in resurrection, triumphant o'er time and o'er death. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hymn to Desire by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Mother of visions, with lineaments dulcet as numbers, breathed on the eyelids of love by music that slumbers, secretly, sweetly, O presence of fire and snow, thou comest mysterious, in beauty imperious, clad on with dreams and the light of no world that we know. Deep to my innermost soul am I shaken, helplessly shaken and tossed, and of thy tyrannous yearnings so utterly taken, my lips unsatisfied thirst. Mine eyes are accursed with longings for visions that far in the night are forsaken, and mine ears, in listening lost, yearn for the note of a chord that will never awaken. Like palpable music thou comest, like moonlight and far, resonant bar upon bar, the vibrating lyre of the spirit responds with melodious fire, as thy fluttering fingers now grasp it and ardently shake, with flame and with flake, the chords of existence, the instrument star-sprung, whose frame is of clay, so wonderfully moulded from mire. Vested with vanquishment, come, O Desire, Desire, breathe in this harp of my soul the audible angel of love. Make of my heart an Israfel burning above, a lute for the music of God, that lips which are mortal but stammer, smite every rapturous wire with golden delirium, rebellion, and silvery clamor, crying, Awake, awake, too long hast thou slumbered, too far from the regions of glamour, with its mountains of magic, its fountains of fairy, the spar sprung, hast thou wandered away, O heart. Come, O come and partake of necromance banquets of beauty, and slake thy thirst in the waters of art that are drawn from the streams of love and of dreams. Come, O come, no longer shall language be dumb, thy vision shall grasp, as one doth the glittering hasp of a dagger made splendid with gems and with gold, the wonder and richness of life, not anguish and hate of it merely, and out of the stark eternity awful and dark, immensity silent and cold, universe shaking as trumpets or thunderous metals, that symbol yet pensive and pearly, and soft as the rosy unfolding of petals, or crumbling aroma of blossoms that wither too early, the majestic music of death where he plays on the organ eternal and vast of eons and days. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Nymph and Faun by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. With her soft face half turned to me, like an arrested moonbeam she stood in the cirque of that deep tree. I took her by the hands, she raised her face to mine, and, half amazed, I kissed her, and we stood and gazed. How good to kiss her throat and hair, and say no word, her throat was bare, and as the slim moon, young and fair. Had God not given us life for this, the world-old amorous happiness of arms that clasp and lips that kiss? O eloquence of limbs and arms! O rhetoric of breasts whose charms say to the sluggish blood that warms, had God not smiled upon this hour, that bloomed where love had all of power, the senses' aphrodisiac flower? The dawn was far away, the night hung savage stars of sultry white, lamp-like above to give us light. Night, night, who led us each to each, where heart with heart could hold sweet speech, with life's best gift within our reach. And here it was, between the goals of flesh and spirit, sex controls, took place the marriage of our souls. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Parting of Leander and Hero by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Brows pale through bloom-black tresses, wet with the rain's cold kisses, hair that the sea wind tosses, wild as wild wings in flight, pale brows some sad thought crosses, one kiss and then good night. Nay, love, thou wilt undo me, when in the heavy waves, come, smile, and make unto me the billows' backs as slaves, to bear me and endue me with strength o'er ocean's graves. Weep not as heavy-hearted before I go, lest thou shouldst follow as we parted. Come, gaze at me, glad-hearted, not with sweet lips distorted, with fear and eyes tear-smarted. Let me remember how thy face looks when thou smilest, and with soft words beguilest my soul from feet to brow. Come, strengthen thy strong lover, to breast the waves that cover deep caves where sea nymphs hover, eager to seize him now. Thy image, love, shall follow, with breast pressed close to mine, with arms from out whose hollow no death can tear me, follow. Come, light me through the brine, dark eyes fixed bright on mine, and mouth as red as wine. Yea, give me wine of kisses, whose fire shall help me home, sweetheart, through foam that hisses, the long wild miles of foam. Sweet, cease thy sighs and weeping, 'tis time for rest and sleeping, and Venus ventured dreams, where thy Leander stooping, thou seest now undrooping, with eyes all unaccusing, not as thou saw'st, it seems, in sleep last night, in dreams. His curls with ocean oozing, and wan of cheek and brow, but hero even as now, fair favoured as can make him, thy smile, which is a might, a hope, a god, to take him safe through this hell of night. Here, in thy throat's white hollow, one last long kiss I go. Ah, sweet, a kiss to follow, down from thy throat's white hollow, unto thy breast that's whiter, thine arms that clasp me tighter. One kiss then on thy mouth, warmer than all the south, and eyes than waters brighter, wherein the far stars glow. Smile on me now, I leave thee, and kiss me on the brow. Smile on me, love, nor grieve thee, no thing can harm me now. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Spirit of the Forest Spring by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Over the rocks she trails her locks, her mossy locks that drip, drip, drip. Her sparkling eyes smile at the skies, in friendship wise and fellowship, while the gleam and glance of her countenance lull into trance the woodland places, as over the rocks she trails her locks, her dripping locks that the long fern graces. She pours clear ooze from her heart's cool cruse, in crystal cruse that drips, 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 and all the day its crystal spray is heard to play from her finger-tips, and the slight soft sound makes haunted ground of the woods around that the sunlight laces, as she pours clear ooze from her heart's cool cruse, its dripping cruse that no man traces. She swims and swims with glimmering limbs, with lucid limbs that drip, 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 where beech and boughs build a leafy house, where her form may drowse or her feet may trip, and the liquid beat of her rippling feet makes 3 times sweet the forest mazes, as she swims and swims with glimmering limbs, with dripping limbs through the twilight's hazes. Then wrapped in deeps of the wild she sleeps, she whispering sleeps and drips, 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 where moon and mist wreathe neck and wrist, and starry whist through the night she slips, while the heavenly dream of her soul makes gleam the falls that stream and the foam that races, as wrapped in deeps of the wild she sleeps, she dripping sleeps or starward gazes. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. To a Pansy-Violet by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Found solitary among the hills. O Pansy-Violet, with early April wet, how frail and lone you look, lost in this sylvan nook of heaven-holding hills, down which the hurrying rills fling scrolls of melodies, o'er which the birds and bees weave gossamers of song, invisible but strong. Sweet music webs they spin, to snare the spirit in. O Pansy-Violet, unto your face I set my lips, and do you speak? Or is it but some freak of fancy love imparts through you unto the heart's desire, whispering low a secret none may know but me who sit and dream here by this forest stream? O Pansy-Violet, O wilding floweret, hued like some dædal gem, starring the diadem of fay or sylvan sprite, who in the woods all night is busy with the blooms, young leaves, and wild perfumes. Through you I seem to have seen all that our dreams may mean. O Pansy-Violet, long, long ago we met. 'Twas in a fairy tale. Two children in a vale sat underneath the stars, far from the world of wars. Each loved the other well. Her eyes were like the spell of dusk and dawning skies, the purple dark that dyes the midnight. His were blue as heaven the day shines through. O Pansy-Violet, what is this vague regret, this yearning so like tears, that touches me through years long past, when myth and fable and all strange things were able to beautify the earth, things of immortal worth? This longing that to me is like a memory, lived long ago of two fair forest children who loved with no mortal love, whom heaven smiled above, fostering, and when they died, laid side by loving side. O Pansy-Violet, do you remember yet that wood-god guarded tomb, out of whose moss your bloom sprang with 3 petals wan, as are the eyes of dawn, and 2 as darkly deep as are the eyes of sleep? O flower that seems to hold some memory of old, a hope, a happiness, at which I can but guess, you are a sign to me of immortality. Through you my spirit sees the deathless purposes of death that still evolves, the beauty it resolves, the change that still fulfills life's meaning as God wills. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Pagan by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. The gods who could loose and bind in the long ago, the gods who were stern and kind to men below, where shall we seek and find, or finding know? Where Greece with king on king dreamed in her halls, where Rome kneeled worshipping, the owl now calls, and clambering ivies cling, and the moonbeam falls. They have served and passed away from the earth and sky, and their creeds are a record gray where the passer-by reads, "Live and be glad today, for tomorrow ye die." And shall it be so, indeed, where we are no more, that nations to be shall read as we have before in the dust of a Christian creed, but pagan lore? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Beauty and Art by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. The gods are dead, but still for me lives on in wildwood, brook, and tree, each myth, each old divinity. For me still laughs among her rocks the Naiad, and the Dryad's locks drop perfume on the wildflower phlox, and Satyr's hoof still prints the loam, and whiter than the wind-blown foam the Oread haunts her mountain home. To him whose mind is fain to dwell with loveliness no time can quell, all things are real, imperishable. To him, whatever facts may say, who sees the soul beneath the clay, is proof of a diviner day. The very stars and flowers preach a gospel old as God, and teach philosophy a child may reach, that cannot die, that shall not cease, that lives through idealities of beauty, even as Rome and Greece, that lifts the soul above the clod, and working out some period of art, is part and proof of God. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Old Water Mill by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Wild ridge on ridge the wooded hills arise, between whose breezy vistas gulfs of skies pilot great clouds like towering argosies, and hawk and buzzard breast the azure breeze. with many a foaming fall and glimmering reach of placid murmur under elm and beech. The creek goes twinkling through long gleams and glooms of woodland quiet, summered with perfumes. The creek in whose clear shallows minnow schools glitter or dart, and by whose deeper pools the blue kingfishers and the herons haunt, that often startled from the freckled flaunt of blackberry lilies where they feed and hide, trail a lank flight along the forest side. With eerie clangor here a sycamore, smooth, wave uprooted, builds from shore to shore a headlong bridge, and there a storm-hurled oak lays a long dam where sand and gravel choke the water's lazy way. Here mist-flower blurs its bit of heaven, there the ox-eye stirs its gloaming hues of pearl and gold, and here a grey, cool stain like dawn's own atmosphere. The dim wild carrot lifts its crumpled crest, and over all, at slender flight or rest, the dragon-flies, like coruscating rays of lapis lazuli and chrysoprase, drowsily sparkle through the summer days. And dewlap deep, here from the noontide heat, the bell-hung cattle find a cool retreat, and through the willows girdling the hill, now far, now near, borne as the soft winds will, comes the low rushing of the water-mill. Ah, lovely to me from a little child, how changed the place, wherein once undefiled that glad communion of the sky and stream went with me like a presence and a dream, where once the brambled meads and orchard lands poured ripe abundance down with mellow hands of summer, and the birds of field and wood called to me in a tongue I understood, and in the tangles of the old rail fence even the insect tumult had some sense, and every sound a happy eloquence, and more to me than wisest books can teach, the wind and water said, whose words did reach my soul, addressing their magnificent speech, raucous and rushing from the old mill wheel, that made the rolling mill-cogs snore and reel, like some old ogre in a fairy tale, nodding above his meat and mug of ale. How memory takes me back the ways that lead, as when a boy, through woodland and through mead, to orchards fruited, or to fields in bloom of briery fallows, like a mighty room, through which the winds swing censers of perfume, and where deep blackberries spread miles of fruit, a splendid feast that stayed the ploughboy's foot, when to the tasseling acres of the corn he drove his team, fresh in the primrose morn, and from the liberal banquet nature lent, took dewy handfuls as he whistling went. A boy once more, I stand with sunburnt feet, and watch the harvester sweep down the wheat, or laze with warm limbs in the unstacked straw, near by the thresher, whose insatiate maw devours the sheaves, hot drawling out its hum, like some great sleepy bee above a bloom, made drunk with honey, while grown big with grain, the bulging sacks receive the golden rain. Again I tread the valley, sweet with hay, and hear the bob-white calling far away, or wood-dove cooing in the elder brake, or see the sassafras bushes madly shake, as swift a Rufus instant in the glen, the red fox leaps and gallops to his den, or standing in the violet-colored gloam, hear roadways sound with holiday riding home, from church or fair or county barbecue, which the whole country to some village drew. How spilled with berries were its summer hills, and strewn with walnuts all its autumn rills, and chestnuts burring from the spring's long flowers, when from their tops the trees seemed streaming showers of slender silver, cool, crepuscular, and like a nebulous radiance shone afar. And maples, how their sappy hearts would gush, rude troughs of syrup, when the winter bush steamed with the sugar kettle day and day, and red the snow was streaked with firelight. Then was its glorious, the mill dam's edge, one slope of frosty crystal, laid a ledge of pearl across, above which sleeted trees tossed arms of ice that, clashing in the breeze, tinkled the ringing creek with icicles, thin as the peal of far-off elf-land bells, a sound that in my city dreams I hear, that brings before me, under skies that clear, the old mill in its winter garb of snow, its frozen wheel like a hoar-beard below, and its west windows two deep eyes aglow. Ah, ancient mill, still do I picture o'er the cobweb stairs and loft and grain-strewn floor, thy door like some brown honest hand of toil, and honourable with labour of the soil, forever open, through which on his back the prosperous farmer bears his bursting sack. And while the miller measures out his toll, again I hear above the cog's loud roll, that make stout joist and rafter groan and sway, the harmless gossip of the passing day. Good country talk that tells how so-and-so has died or married, how curculio and coddling moth have ruined half the fruit, and blight plays mischief with the grapes to boot. Or what the news from town next county fair, how well the crops are looking everywhere. Now this, now that, on which their interest fix, prospects for rain or frost and politics, while all around the sweet smell of the meal filters, warm pouring from the grinding wheel, into the bin, beside which, mealy white, the miller looms, dim in the dusty light. Again I see the miller's home between the crinkling creek and hills of beechen green. Again the miller greets me, gaunt and brown, who oft overawed my youth with grey-browed frown and rugged mien. Again he tries to reach my youthful mind with fervid scriptural speech. For he of all the countryside confessed the most religious was and goodliest, a Methodist, and one whom faith still led. No books except the Bible had he read. At least so seemed it to my younger head. All things in earth and heaven he'd proved by this, be it a fact or mere hypothesis. For to his simple wisdom reverent, the Bible says, was all of argument. God keep his soul, his bones were long since laid among the sunken gravestones in the shade of those black lichened rocks that wall around the family burying ground with cedars crowned, where bristling teasel and the briar combine with clambering wood-rose and the wild grapevine, to hide the stone whereon his name and dates neglect with mossy hand obliterates. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.